Yeah.
We'll resume the hearing. We're up to day 4, stream 3. Mr. Lorenzo, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Only very faintly. Can you wind up your volume?
Can you wind up your speakers?
Oh, that's all right.
We'll give that a try, but we can hear you much more clearly now.
Sorry, choking up.
So over to you, Mr. De Lorenzo. We've read your submission, but is there anything you wish to highlight to us before we ask you some questions?
Yes, thank you. Kia ora. My submission is completely removed. Like what the Wellington Council was told in the media, the house was not listed. Current restriction.
Oh,
Just go slow, Mr. De Lorenzo. You're fading in and out. I don't know if that's. Well, just speak slowly and we'll see how we go.
The house was not listed when restrictions were imposed after. Now, new listings, there are the heavier restrictions in our house, and our house is currently in the Wellington region. Latest proposal is very vague. Says things like all of the front garden, then lists their items. However, that makes us very nervous, as detail isn't there, blanket restrictions can apply. Presumably plants are part of the garden, and original listing had plants. We had that removed because technically we would need resource consent to weed our garden. Then it became what plants were, what plants weren't, so specific items were added, as opposed to blanket list that we touch. Same applies now to the inside of the house. It says the interior of the house is including a gate and plaster wall. If this is to be taken to the nth degree, we would need resource consent to hang a picture. I might think that I'm taking this to the extreme. However, as an example, we needed a resource consent to put a pipe. I'll go back, you may not hear me. Pipe this big in our roof required notifiable resource consent sign off from 2 neighbours. This is why we are very nervous when things are not specific. That cost us $590 and meant our house no hot water months. I won't go into the detail, you've read it. It's too restrictive. Now you want to make it more restrictive. Very complicated to apply for resource consent. Our house has the only internal listing residential house. Council didn't put any resources, processes, how to handle a residential change. Consequently, we are assessed same criteria as a place like the St. James Theatre. Paperwork is credible. The consultants we need to get in led to a 10-year wait to up our bathroom. 10 years while the council made us go through the process, we lived this as our bathroom. If we were a rental, we would have probably been arrested. Owners had to put up with it. And I'm not exaggerating, it was 2007 we started the process. 2017 when we were given permission to put up the bathroom. It's too hard. We don't provide much of a service to help residential owners. That happens if you ask for help through Heritage, they tell us what and what program fill in, and actually help us through the process. Checklist and a flowchart. And it is very expensive. We wanted to build a little conservatory at the back of our house. I don't know what this has to do with an internal listing. Once the council heard it was happening, never told them, had no contact with the council, they heard. We had 4 council officers come to our house to check out the project. As I said, all our people said it didn't need a building consent. However, after a 1-hour meeting, we were told we had to have fire rating, engineer's report, contact Heritage New Zealand, do a full site survey to establish the boundaries, resource consent and a building consent. Total cost around $15,000. Apparently, we're not doing it in. Just like to add, I hate my house. If I can't sell it and move, under full disclosure, no one would touch it. Can't do what we want with it. You guys won't let us. Now you want to add, please take the listing away. Even if it is just the blanket area listing, might be able to live. That's the crux of my story.
Thank you, Mr. De Lorenzo. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. De Lorenzo, you were telling us that you didn't know that the house were supposed to be listed when you bought it. The previous owner seemed to have asked for that listing. Did they not tell you that they had asked for that?
She died 4 months before us, and as best of our knowledge, she hadn't applied for listing. It was other family members.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, with regards to
guarantee that it will be.
With regards to the listing, it is very unusual to have a garden listed and certainly interior in a private home. Do you agree that there is historical value in the building as such?
There is some interesting features. Lath and plaster walls are enough of an interesting feature. There are some nice space. The bedroom, nice. House, residential house, they are probably.
Would you be, in your submission, you actually gave a alternative option in terms of the scheduling, and you put some wording to it to, I would assume, limit the extent of the scheduling as far as you can live with it.
That's the second option.
That's the second option. If the interior would not be listed, would that make your life easier?
I think it would. That example of the conservatory, we were advised that because our house had an internal listing, anything we do, even if it's not to do with the internal.
Let me just see.
I mean, we're not planning to destroy it. We love our house. Everything we've done after battling with the feedback has been what we've done is amazing. Even in the as example of, and that the council is very lucky to have after these early days there was.
We have a little bit of issues with understanding you because you are fading in and out. So one or the other word I might not have gotten. But I'm also thinking you might actually like to try and turn your video off. That might improve the connection. We can try that.
Can you still hear us?
Hear you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yeah. Yeah, that was actually all that I wanted to ask.
Well, maybe you should repeat the previous question, though.
Yeah, I can repeat the previous question.
because we lost quite a lot of your answer to it, Mr. Lorenzo.
With regards to the scheduling, if the interior would be removed and you wouldn't have an interior listing, how would that improve your experience with the house and what you can do with it?
As I said, when we tried to do an external observatory, not even attached to the house, we were told that because of the internal listing, we are under intent scrutiny. So even though what we wanted to do had no effect to the internal, it was heavily scrutinised by the council, that it became financially unviable to do compliance costs. They added was, we think the house is amazing. I hate living here, but it is an amazing house. And we've looked after it. And the council has acknowledged that repeatedly. We are in council minutes, as an example, owners who look after their historic house. We're not going to destroy it.
Okay, commissioners.
Good morning, Mr. De Lorenzo. Commissioner McMahon here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Good. I'm very clear on what you're saying regarding the interior. Can you just outline your position regarding the garden, both front and rear, in terms of its qualification as a listing, whether you think it should be continued or not?
We personally like the front fence. The front garden is nice, and we've planted that up very nicely. We're wanting to do the backyard. However, there are quite big restrictions on what we can do, because there is a fence where we would like to put French doors in our backyard. We are not allowed to touch the fence. I know that vehicles are being phased out, opposed to that. However, because of the fence at the front, cannot have off-street parking. My wife is an interior designer. She has to have a car or work. We've repeatedly asked for concession parking because we have to pay resident parking, and we have been told no. However, other houses in the street are not restricted. They are allowed to put in driveways. They don't have to pay for resident parking. Moving forward, it would enable us to do a lot more in our house if the gardens were.
Yes, is that particularly the front garden in terms of the ability to construct and operate a car park?
Yes, but it's mainly the backyard. Probably wouldn't do it at the front, however, it does have a large impact on recent.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know you've had a lot of visits from council officers. You've explained that today. This panel are not the council. We're delegated to make decisions from the council. I for one would appreciate the ability to visit the site. Is that something that you'd be amenable to?
Everyone else has come through, you may as well come too.
I suspected that might be your answer, but I would appreciate that. That was all for me, Mr. Chairman.
That's it from us, Mr. De Lorenzo. Your position's perfectly clear. We'll talk about when we might be able to come and see your house, and our hearing administrator will be in touch. Not sure when we can do that, but obviously we'll do it at a time that suits you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're up to Mr. Knight, Mr. Wendt.
I have 3-page.
Yep. Thank you.
I can perhaps start with a little bit of background.
Oh, before you do, are you Mr. Knight or Mr. Wendt?
Mr. Knight, sorry, and Mr. Wendt's not with me, so just running solo today. So,
Knight, your microphone on.
Is it green?
I'll try that again. There we go. How's that?
Good.
And just say a little bit of background, because in many respects this is a continuation of a conversation that started in 2007, because that's when Salisbury Garden Court was nominated by one of the then resident owners for heritage. And at the time, and we were owners there, most other residents were pretty warm to the idea of heritage. I think tempered though by some nervousness about whether it might bite too deeply and unduly impede the ongoing evolution of life and living in our garden court. Sort of a quirky and variable renovation and change has very much characterised the history of the court. But at that time we were assured by council officers that protection of the court by way of a heritage area and those types of controls wouldn't stymie that evolution, especially because the core heritage values that have been talked about laid in the idea of connectedness of the buildings within a court setting. It was a historical trigger, if you like, for the heritage and the idea of 16 houses around a court, rather than the intrinsic value or the, if you like, the prettiness of the buildings. And at the time we were still a little bit nervous, and we made submissions then for what broadly some softer controls, more as of right renovation. That was ultimately rejected. We did succeed in having our derelict chicken coop removed as a contributing building. But I think sadly over the decade and a half on, we're back because I think our concerns have been realised. The experience of residents, and those are not us, but those that have sought to engage in that evolutionary renovation, they've found it tricky, costly, time-consuming to navigate, because those controls have bit very deep and are very heavy, and we think go beyond what is the essence of what's being tried to protect. Some have given up, others have been scared off because the enthusiasm of heritage folk to protect the so-called original authenticity, that's proved to be too intimidating. So, I mean, really, we acknowledge there is history and connection between the buildings that mark out our garden court community as being worthy of being recognised, but the consequential strict controls on the houses, as if they're those pretty street side cottages like those in Tarakaka settlement, goes too far and hinders the development or the ongoing evolution of the houses. And that's really just what I've given you as a sort of expanded explanation of points 1 and 3 in the, on my first page there. But I want to come, if it's helpful, to point 2, because I think at the heart lies a mistaken factual premise or assumption as to the physical condition of the houses, and that's, I think, set out at paragraph 773 of the Heritage Advisor Smith's report, where it said that the houses are largely authentic, with only few exceptions, very carefully preserved, or with only where there's been renovation, they've been very carefully preserved the original exterior character. And what I've tried to do at point 2 of my sketch is to outline a rough description of some of the developments that have taken place, and you see they're quite extensive for. And almost all of those developments have taken place before the heritage status was imposed. And it might be helpful just to talk you through the photos there. I've given you 2 sets of photos. The first 3 on the second page are from 2007 when the heritage report was done, and that included a plan, and you can see that the sort of the connection bit around a central court. Used to be a tennis court, I think, but it's you wouldn't be playing tennis on it now because it's evolved and changed much like the rest of the place. And I should note actually while we're looking at that is there's a couple of references in reports to streetscape or townscape, and I've got to say we giggle at that because this isn't. You know, most of the court, almost all of it is not visible from the street. And that's the point we made originally. This is a set of houses nestled in hills, trees and bush up a very long private path. And you see spots of the houses if you're a reasonable way away. The irony is that the spots you probably see are the dormer window that you wouldn't be able to put in at number 10, the extra story on number 3, and the downstairs basement, renovation addition on number 2, I think. So I think you just got to be careful about reading in, or a lot of streetscape. Indeed, even if you look at the second photo there of houses 6 and 5. Which shows you, the connectivity, if you like, between the buildings, but also quite a lot of what would now be non-qualifying or prohibited development. That photo is not taken from the street; that's taken from a private alley. You've got to clamber up through the bush to be able to take photos, and it's actually been quite difficult to take photos of the community in a whole. If I flip over. Oh, I should say the third photo there is from the court, and you get to see that setting from then. What I put on the last page is a number of photos there which try and show you some of the evolutionary development and renovation that would now not be able to be undertaken. Number 3's got a whole new story on, and you can see that we live at number 4 next door to that. No issue with that, it's part of the life in the court. Next set of photos show things like dormer windows. I'm not sure you can quite see the solar panel. Number 14, another house which has added a whole new floor on top. Number 8's got a external extension out the front onto the side of the court. Number 2, the first house you see when you walk up the path, has got a downstairs, a couple of sets of bedroom. And number 6, Humphrey has nicely given you some of the photos of the types of renovation that has been taken over time. Lots of quirky, if we can put it like that, windows, doors, French doors, lovely glass bricks that are now sought to be protected. And so I think I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a flavour of the sort of the slightly haphazard, quirky evolution of the buildings that has formed part of the history. In many respects, that's come with the change in the history of the communities that lived there, and that's where the documentary talked about the people, not the buildings. It was the people. It was the Polish refugees that were originally in there in the 1950s, to the move to the hippie communities of the 70s towards the gentrification. So we just want our houses to be able to evolve with us too, as they have over time. Originally, these were 70 to 75 square metre boxes, bachelor boxes, with windows only on 2 sides and never the sunny side. And our view is that the houses need to grow with the families of today. You know, and we don't have development plans at the moment. We just like the comfort that we can engage in the type of renovations that our neighbours have engaged in, and our forebears have engaged in this community, whether it be the addition of French doors, windows, skylights, perhaps a downstairs laundry extension or a bedroom. And they are very much the renovations I think you see in the pictures. But they would require resource consent now. And I think faced with that rather strong assertion, and we think mistaken assertion of authenticity, very hard to get over the line. And that's been the experience of some people that have looked at whether it's a removal of a chimney, replacement of a window, not an original window, but a window put in the 70s. Gave up on it because it's just too hard to face when you're faced with the discretion that's vested in council officers around that. And that's cost. And we think for marginal benefit. So it's a continual sort of point that we've made over time. We think that the council should do more work to develop more tightly tailored controls, which still deliver the public benefit of that historical setting and that sort of broader community in a way that honours its history. And the last thing I'd say is, I'm here today as a resident. As a community, and we are a community because it's the people that make this community. We've chatted about this over muffins on the court and things like that. We don't have there's not a universal view, but I think it's fair to say there's broad support for what we might characterise as softer controls. Had it not been for COVID and other interventions, I think more people would be here. But I'm trying to give you a sense that there's I'm not a single homeowner going against the wave. There's at least generous support, broad support amongst our community for more tailored and softer controls, while still recognising that there is a heritage. Nobody denies that. There's something special about that place. We just think the rules should reflect that special character.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. First of all, can you satisfy my curiosity? It saved me looking it up. Where is Salisbury Garden Court?
It's on Wadestown, Wilton, cusp right up against the town belt, and indeed that gully. I think some of the land that was originally held by some owners was added to the town belt. So to Ahu Mairangi Hill there. I'd love you to go and have a look, because it's actually hard to get a sense of it from the plans, because you just don't get a wide setting because it's just not visible. And Uber Eats hate delivering up the path, but the path is. I mean, actually, part of the motivation for the support was that sort of idea of the common path accessing and opening up to 16 houses was what the residents felt, and it was and that path had decayed a bit, and we got some support for upgrading the path, and we're grateful for that. But unfortunately, that support is now well outweighed by the cost that individual homeowners face in terms of ongoing renovation and
Great. Commissioner Lawrence, do you have any questions? Mr. Knight?
Just one. With regards to the heritage values that are there, where do you see those heritage values lie? Are they more in the buildings, or is it the setup in terms of being in the bush as a little group of houses, or what do you see as the most valuable, significant part of your area?
It's that physical, it's that connection between the houses and the community. It delivers, and that's why we say we think the appropriate thing is to say don't knock them down and build a Lockwood House or something like that, because that would disconnect, or build another house on on the back of the front, whatever, because that would upset that. So it's not, but these are not pretty buildings that they've been sort of developed in a haphazard way. Connectedness is, and the history that comes with that. These buildings by themselves would not get heritage protection. That's what we're told. We're saying, well, the heritage zone will be softer just to sort of protect that sort of that broad relationship between the buildings. I mean, and it survived, if you like, and were imposed when 4 of the buildings had gone, 3 of the buildings had gone up a story and another one had gone down a story. Wouldn't have been possible if they're individual buildings.
When you say some regulation is okay because they shouldn't be pulled down, and they shouldn't be there shouldn't be other buildings added or inappropriate buildings added. How could you see that being implemented? Because the council, of course, needs to put something somewhere to make that happen.
Well, I think because rules give the certainty. And when we came here in 2007, we actually said, well, maybe it's 10% outside the envelope if it's done in in materials of a similar type. Or it might be addition of what we specifically identified: addition of windows, French doors, and those things that were still within the building envelope. That got rejected. I thought that was a good submission. I haven't remade it here because I mean, at the moment it's all vested in the discretion of heritage planners, and the experience has been variable amongst the people that have tried, because it depends on someone's vision of what the story is. We think the story's been mistold in terms of the reports, that it's authentic, cute cottages, if you like. It's not. And so, whether it's discretion, just doesn't get, it's going too far to give the council the levers that it needs to protect that essential value. It might say, for example, we could draft some intermediate rules, but they didn't find favour last year. Maybe no addition, no extra stories or things like that. But
yeah. That would mean, because at the moment it's proposed as a heritage area like many others.
Yes.
And as far as I understand you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you would like to see specific rules that only apply to the court, because of course with regards of what you're asking, it would be very hard to put something into the plan that would actually cover all the heritage areas that would be that specific.
But yeah, and that's my problem, because in the continuum of heritage zone controls, it's a very broad church, and we're down the area to say down the end where it says actually there's something historically significant in terms of connected. The buildings kind of contribute a little bit to that, but not that much, and whereas if you look at Tapu-te-Ranga, which has a very different story, and you look at the other areas like Arrow Street and things, we're just not in that domain. And I think it's actually the duty of the council to actually make sure that the controls are commensurate with what's being tried to be protected. You know, I mean, as homeowners, we just want to be able to evolve and live, and that's my understanding of the Resource Management Act, that it's not meant to overreach and use a sledgehammer to crack it up, and that's what it feels like to us at the moment. And if that requires the council to come up with some, you know, zone specific rules, great. I think that would satisfy us, because that would, we think, you know, provide that public value without you're exponentially increasing the private cost on us as homeowners.
Thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
Tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe, Mr. Knight. One question, you partially answered it in your response to Commissioner Lutz. The balance is seeking, I think what you've got here, evolution of houses and reasonable renovation. The reasonable renovation is a very open thing. And so what we've got is the challenge of balancing the needs to preserve heritage where they are, but still allowing communities to evolve. In your submission, you sought the removal of the inclusion of only demolition and new houses. If that was the case, would the more permissive environment to allow wholesale renovation, so to speak, impact on the character of the area? Or sorry, the heritage of the area?
I mean, unlikely. I mean, that's my thing. I'm stuck in terms of the rules that we've got. So, you know, demolition, you know, and no new building, which I think is the Thorndon was the original Thorndon area or zone approach. I mean, that's how the people have talked about it. Everybody's talked about it as residents, saying we just don't want anybody to knock down a building and put in a Lockwood home. That's the essence of it. I mean, there's going to be some natural self-mediation of people as well, because quite frankly, you've got to buy into it to want to buy there, because it's a terrible walk up. Yeah, I mean, that's what, and that's also been something which has mitigated the extensive development opportunities because of its setting on the hill. So I think you can take comfort that if you took out those rules, that we wouldn't get, you know, this great expansion and development. Would get people that are continuing to evolve with the philosophy that said, of course you can't guarantee, couldn't guarantee that at all, but for me that's where the important balance could be struck.
Just the last question, are you aware of the other tenants around, well, not tenants, the other people who live around? Are they long-term people there, or has there been quite a bit of new people coming in over the recent times? Do you have a sense of how long people have lived there?
Kate at number 14A has been there over 30-40 years, I think. No, I mean they're not houses that tend to be sold that often. So there have been some changes, probably. I haven't done the math, but it's maybe 3 or 4 changes in ownership since the heritage that was put in there. But it's a reasonably stable community. I mean, some of the difficulty is if you're in a small house there and you're getting a family, 70 square metres doesn't give you much ability to, as nice as it is to have an outdoor court where the children can play on the trampoline together and things like that. So it's a reasonably stable community.
How many houses are part of the community? There's
16.
16.
16.
Yeah.
And there's reference, and there's another 3 or 4 houses which are outside the zone and not heritage protected that are actually visible from the street when you walk up the path. That's the houses on Cecil Road as well.
Okay.
They're more visible than the court itself. There's an irony in that. But
and so you alluded to earlier, there's yourself and Mr. Wendt who are part of this submission. So of those 16 houses, pretty much how many of them would be supportive of the submission and the approach roughly?
I haven't done a poll. We
Right,
talk on the
yes.
WhatsApp a little bit and leave notes on the bottom path. And there's been some good conversation. I've got pretty strong support from more than half,
Okay.
and sort of cautious support from a handful of others, but I haven't gone around house by house. I'd be happy to do that if that would help. But I don't want to get ahead of what the committee is trying to do here.
Yeah, I just wanted a general sense that yourself and Mr. Whitaker have, if you have general support from the other 16 residents, that's a useful thing to know.
No,
that's all.
and we tried to reach out to council officers and we just didn't get a meeting because of COVID, and we'd benefit from a little bit more conversation with if there were ways that the balance could be struck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Just some very brief ones from me. Apologies if you've already given answers. Just remind me when you purchased your property.
I think we're 2005.
2005, okay. And the heritage area is a new heritage area. It wasn't in the upper plan. Okay. And it seems to me, listening to your presentation and the questions today, there's three options. One is to remove the heritage area in part or total. I don't think you're advocating for that, are you?
No, well, it's there for formal and technical reasons, to give you the full ability to look at what it might be. But I think it's fair to say that, I think a couple of homeowners would quite like just to see the end of heritage, because it's been a millstone over their back for doing what they think they would like to reasonably do.
Yes.
But I think most people would say that there's some heritage worthy of protecting.
Yes. Second option would be to change the rules, and I think that's where your evidence is focused, particularly in relation to the permitted activities relating to maintenance and repair, and also the new buildings and demolition of contributing buildings rules.
Yes, and the council officers may wish to pull out our original, but I should have annexed it because we actually had some specific rules when it was originally being added in 2007.
Sure. The difficulty with giving effect to that relief, as other commissioners have indicated, is once you change one rule, applies to all heritage areas. So unless there's an ability to tailor any additional rules to these properties, that creates a little bit of a difficulty.
Yeah, my understanding of and it may be the previous plan, that there were overlays or tags that allowed for specific rules. I know that's gone out of fashion because it's you want to generalise the rules, I guess, but I think getting the sweet spot, that might be the best way to think about it.
The third option is one that's been highlighted in Ms. Smith's report, and that is to produce a conservation plan or a non-statutory design guide for the site. Now, I know that in your paragraph 6, you've really slated that as a possibility, but if that was able to provide some flexibility for future additions or alterations, and give a sense of what's important and what isn't, and to sort of nuance the listing in a way, that might have the effect of your second option in terms of tailoring the rules specifically, so that the conservation plan or the non-statutory guideline would be the document that the council would turn to and deciding whether you're a permitted activity or whether you required consent. Do you have any appetite for that at all?
My heart sinks anytime the Tapu-te-Ranga design guide is, because it's apples and oranges, yes. And it's the risk of a design guide, and that's what's fueling what I said in paragraph 6, is more prescription based on technical authenticity if it was more empowering and flexible and was more generous. And I think the panel may need to have a steer to council officers that what we're talking about here is lighter protection in a way which is protecting that connectivity principally and that heritage. I think I'm happy to explore that, and I know it was a little bit discussed amongst our court to say, we'd love to see what that might look like and have a conversation about that if that's the useful way forward.
Yes. I think that what I was trying to focus on was less of the design guide, but more of the conservation, what do they call it, conservation plan specific to this heritage area. And previously policy 5, and I don't know what's happened to policy 5 now, encourage the preparation of those plans and have them taken into account when considering the effects of development proposals on identified heritage. So the plan would be specific to the courts and would be basically the guiding document.
And as long as it doesn't protect Humphreys glass bricks or windows, I mean, if it can be nuanced and tailored to the particular circumstance. There is also the question of just the cost in terms of the. And I don't. It's not something we addressed this time, but it's something we engaged on in terms of last time of the barriers of cost in terms of applications, expert advice, those sorts of things. And we previously said we thought they should be in the plan, and not left to the discretion of the council and the discretionary heritage fund. I don't know if that. I think that you might have been discussing that the other day. I heard.
Okay. I think I've answered my own question. P5's been renumbered to P2, I see, so it has survived. So it's an important policy. So we might take that up with the officers and their right of reply.
Thank you. Appreciate
all for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. I didn't have anything else. My colleagues have asked all the questions. As chair is always where you want to be.
No, excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. That's been really, I think, helpful conversation. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Ms. O'Loughlin for Live Wellington.
Good everyone. Here's my notes. Kia ora koutou, Jane O'Loughlin representing Live Wellington. Just got a short submission or a short account to make today. So just reminding you that Live Wellington is an organisation that champions a livable city, and as part of that we see that history, heritage and character are part of what makes it different, or Wellington different to any other city, as it does for every city in that case. So heritage is one of the elements that provides a sense of the stories of the past and gives patina to the city. And this includes Māori history, which is can be enhanced and improved, our understanding of that, by better acknowledging the sites used and valued by iwi who lived in Te Whanganui-a-Tara before European settlers arrived. And also the Victorian and Edwardian times saw the housing settlement, which happens to be very livable pattern because it was established before widespread use of cars. So we have strong interactive street frontages, small sections, lack of garages, and all these things together encourage walking and community building. So as a result of that, we support the protection of heritage areas and heritage sites, and want to see these established in the Wellington District Plan. In terms of the heritage housing areas, some of the arguments we've previously put forward as part of the other streams apply equally here. We've previously argued that some of the blame for lack of new housing has been erroneously ascribed to character and heritage, when there are other many contributing reasons, such as the high interest rates, high cost of labour and materials, and land banking around the city. In any case, the proposed district plan enables far more new dwellings than the city is required to need, and there are numerous car parks and underutilised pieces of land across Te Aroha, as well as car parks and brownfields in other parts of the city that are available. So we feel there's no need to sacrifice heritage and character for the sake of new housing. We're aware that other groups are putting forward proposed heritage areas, for example, Green and Emmett Street in Newtown, and we're supportive of those. And where some areas have been suggested, but heritage evaluations have not been carried out yet, we would appreciate the council committing to getting those undertaken. I note from at least one submitter that it's perceived that creating heritage areas privileges a small group of homeowners, but I also observe from the newspaper that in Lower Hutt, residents are fighting against heritage areas because they believe they'll suppress property values. So clearly people have different views on this. One of the benefits of Wellington's heritage areas is mostly well known and established, and people know what they're buying into. We are concerned about buildings that are designated heritage but fall into disrepair, either because the owner is hoping to achieve demolition by neglect or they have problems meeting the earthquake standards. So we believe these are buildings that should be used and could be housing people and contributing to the city. So we urge the council to look for ways to support and encourage property owners to invest in the upkeep of their properties. And that's all I have got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Loughlin. Ask question lots. Any questions?
That was very clear.
Yes, I was thinking that myself. Commissioners?
I guess what that leaves me with, Mr. Loughlin, is what is the decision that you're seeking from this panel?
Just wanting to voice support for heritage areas. I know there's some submitters that have questioned the need for heritage or questioned the extent of the heritage areas. So just want to reiterate really our support for those areas. We see the value in them. There is that wider discussion of heritage versus character, but we've gone over that in other streams. Certainly heritage areas have to meet a higher bar and do, as the last speaker was alluding to, comes with more responsibilities and sometimes more obligations. So that has to be borne in mind. It feels like character is an easier bar to meet, but there's different requirements under the RMA about what that then means.
Yes, I don't know how long you've been in the room this morning. We've had submissions from Mr. Lorenzo regarding his property and Mr. Knight regarding the heritage area up in Wadestown, Alton Bush. They seem to have some reasonable concerns about particularly in the situation of Mr. Lorenzo, in terms of the process that he had to go through in terms of specific heritage listing. Do you acknowledge that those are real concerns?
Yes, sorry, I'm not very familiar with that particular example, but I guess that's just a reflection of how we probably arrived at the character areas in the first place, where people wanted to preserve the nature or the basic streetscape of the area, but without having to go through resource consent requirements for basic changes to a building's envelope.
Yes.
So it was seen as a kind of heritage light version that kept a lot of people happy. So in some ways that's a nice compromise, but except for where a building is particularly special and every part of it requires protection.
Yes, Mr. Lorenzo's situation was a specific listing, and one of the few, well, if not the only one, that involves an internal listing, right. So which has created problems, whereas Mr. Knight was a heritage area which wasn't in the operative plan but has been proposed for the proposed. No, wasn't in the operative, was?
It's already in.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that wasn't the answer he gave me.
Right.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we're good. Thank you, Ms. O'Loughlin. Thank you. We've got a clear message from you. We understand what the message is. Next, we have Ms. Newman for the Mount Vic Historical Society.
Well, while we're waiting for this, I will say good morning and Lorena. Nice to be here again. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to go over all of the points in my submission because I know you would have read it, but I do want to, I don't know if this is going to come up or not. But I do want to reiterate that Mount Victoria is unique in Wellington for its high concentration of Victorian and Edwardian buildings. But more than just being buildings that represent a certain architectural period of time, these are the stories of the development of Wellington. These are the houses still standing of labourers, small or prosperous business people, educators, temperance workers, social activists, some brilliant men and women. And behind the facades of these houses in Mount Victoria, those stories are told. And you can see them as you walk through Mount Victoria and visualise some of those lives. And once this heritage is gone, it's gone forever. It's not simply a question of, say, you know, some subjective character, which is a pointy roof or houses neatly aligned along the street. Now, I am going to wait to see if we can get the rest of this. I thought it might be imminent, but if you don't mind, I'll pause here and just see if we can get some slides up. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. No pressure, Jazz. Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Snap.
Okay, we're in business. So that is just, you know, the distance view of this collection of Victorian and mainly Victorian and Edwardian houses. But it does bring us to the issue of the matter of heritage and character. We believe that the historic heritage nature of the character is acknowledged in the methodology that Boffa Miskell applied to its pre-1930s heritage review, which was clearly based around the dates of the houses. So that explicitly really acknowledges their heritage. Two submitters for Heritage New Zealand, Tapu-te-Ranga, talk about the criteria used in identifying historic heritage as being broader than the physical and architectural values of the character precincts. And that if the added layers of people, events and social movements were to be taken into account, the areas recognised as character could equally be seen as heritage. Well, we know those layers of people, events and social movements behind many of the houses in Mount Victoria. And if we don't, and if they're not documented, it's largely because Mount Victoria Historical Society or Wellington consultants haven't had the resources to find out the stories. And interestingly, this view is supported by the expert evidence of Veronica Casson of Kainga Ora to this hearing stream in her recommendation that Mount Victoria North Townscape, which is mostly also a character precinct, should be recognised as a heritage area. So if that's the case for that part of Mount Victoria, it should also apply to at least the other character precincts in the suburb. So given all that, we think that technically the whole of most of Mount Victoria could be considered a heritage area. So what I have here is just a couple of examples of heritage buildings, which are not even in character precincts. So you might remember if you were on stream 2 that I talked about the importance of Stafford Street. Well, 23 Stafford Street was built by and home to Harbour Pilot Holmes. He was the Harbour Pilot 1865 to 1889, and his wife for 31 years. Now, harbour pilots were heroes. You just think how easily the Wahine sank. Well, these were heroes because they brought the sailing ships in. Here's another one, which is not even in a character precinct. This is 4 Hawker Street, and it was home to a man who was an ace sailor, and its architecture that's visible was designed by a very well-known architect in Wellington, William Crichton. So for the reasons talked about above, we support the view of Veronica Casson in her expert evidence for Kāinga Ora that the Mount Victoria North townscape should be a heritage area. We support all the heritage areas that the council has designated in the proposed district plan. We just believe that they should be extended. So to look specifically at a couple, first of all, the Touchin Avenue Touchin Avenue, which is in, or it's not in the Porritt Avenue heritage area, but is actually right in the middle of it. It's very clear from the Section 42A report that the council believes Touchin Avenue should be added to the Porritt Avenue heritage area. And it says that it could put it on the database of nominations for detailed evaluation and then undertake evaluation. Well, we would like to ask the council to commit to putting that on their database and to commit to a time frame for doing that evaluation. So not just does it look nice, we have another harbour pilot who lived there. Schilling was the one almost directly after Holmes. Unfortunately, the one in between them died, so he was not there. He was drowned, so he did not last long. But there you have Holmes and Schilling with their crew out at Wersa Bay. Claremont Grove is another area which we believe should be a heritage area. We covered this quite extensively in our submission to the last hearing stream. But again, it is quite clear reading the Section 42A report that council officers believe there's a very strong case for Claremont Grove to be a heritage area. So again, we ask them to commit to putting this on their database and to commit to a time frame for evaluating it. In relation to Claremont Grove, we also support the inclusion of 20 Austin Street on the Schedule 1 list of heritage buildings. Now we note that the owner has some problem with this, but that is largely because the houses around are not protected. And that's another reason why we feel it is really important that Claremont Grove be a heritage area. And it includes, I just remind the panel, it includes 2 individually heritage listed buildings. We feel it should be added and help support that, provide the context for 20 Austin Street. And I'll just briefly talk about legal precedent. The Basin Bridge inquiry and the following High Court appeal case concluded that the southern end of Mount Victoria was part of the wider heritage area of the Basin Reserve and had part of the historic heritage of Wellington. So that area includes Patterson Street, which you saw in our last presentation, and Lower Ellis Street. So we think that provides a very clear precedent for designating Southern Mount Victoria an area of historic heritage, which would make it a qualifying matter, exempting it from the requirements to go 6 or more stories high. But also, if this area is recognised as historic heritage, we think that equally applies to a lot of the rest of the suburb of Mount Victoria. My slide on transition zones, I will have to confess, has a typo, and I talk about character precincts and the Northern Mount Victoria townscape, where it should say heritage areas. But in fact, that's probably a slightly fortuitous typo, because in fact, we've already said that Northern Mount Victoria townscape should be a heritage area. And we believe that a lot more of Mount Victoria could be too. So the issue with us here is that we feel there should be a buffer zone between heritage areas and areas of 6 or more stories high. If we don't have that buffer area, we're going to destroy the heritage, either by hiding it and removing its context, or even worse, leading to the abandonment of such properties because of shading and the fact that they become extremely unpleasant places to live. And again, Moya Street is one of the great examples of this, which risks having 10-storey buildings at least on its western side, where the afternoon sun comes from. We support the additions that the council has made to the heritage buildings list in Schedule 1, but we are very disappointed that it hasn't considered any of the ones which we proposed. We believe that some of those have far more merit than buildings actually already on the list. And again, one of those is the home of the pilot Lancelot Holmes, built in the 1870s and lived in by him and his wife for 31 years. And the other example, again, which is 7 Patterson Street and William Waring Taylor's house, dating from 1869. And in this submission, we've put together as an appendix what is the majority of our submission to Heritage New Zealand for listing. So once again, the council indicated that it could put these on a database and evaluate them at a future date. And we asked them to commit to doing that and to commit to a time frame for their evaluation. We were very disappointed that they did not consider adding Mount Victoria Tunnel to the list, but more disappointed even in their reasons for doing this, that there's not enough information, which is quite bizarre. It is one of the most documented tunnels in the city. There's just so much information about it. And also the justification that it's not listed by Heritage New Zealand. But that doesn't really hold water either, because there are many structures or buildings on the list which are not listed by Heritage New Zealand. And I'd just like to finish by referencing the demolition by neglect issue, which again we raised in Hearing Stream 2, but to say that we support the recommendation of Dr. Jacobs and expert evidence for Heritage New Zealand, and also of Mr. McCutcheon, for the policy to be amended to reduce, or in an endeavour to reduce instances of this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lutz, do you want to go first?
Morning. most of the relief I understand you seek at this point in time is to put the areas and particular single houses that you have actually pointed out onto the database that the council holds, and for the council to commit A, to put them on that database, but B, to commit to a time frame.
Well, ideally, we would like it to be done immediately, but they do say that there needs to be time to talk to owners and to do an evaluation. We think that for some of them there was time to do it because we had proposed them under the spatial plan even. But since it hasn't happened by now, I can understand that possibly it can't happen in time for this. So we would like them to go on that database and for a commitment to be made to evaluation. Ideally, we'd like them to go in straight away.
But we also have heard, not just from the council, but from other submitters, that they are quite concerned that if people are not consulted, and despite the fact that nothing has happened since you told them, they haven't been consulted, it seems, and you agree that they should be.
Yes.
With regards to the time frame that you are asking for to get the job done outside of our process here, what would you consider a reasonable time frame?
I would certainly say, I think it has to be within 5 years, I think. Otherwise, some of these areas are at particularly high risk, possibly not Touch Avenue because it's actually in the middle of a heritage area. But others, I think, are at quite high risk.
So if the council would commit to a review of that database within 5 years, that would satisfy you?
I think so, yes.
Right. Thanks very much.
Just one quick question. So you've already answered the question around timeframes. Can you just explain to me briefly the practical implications of this transitional buffer zone you're suggesting? So what would you see the implications of that being for properties that were within this said buffer zone?
We would like to see, the 11-metre height limit applied, which is essentially 3 stories, which would, if it was one property width, at least, it would give some protection to these heritage areas and character precincts.
Is that the only thing you see as being relevant to this buffer or transition zone?
Well, I mean, assuming that the sunlight access planes and other borders apply, yeah.
And just unpacking that a little bit further, so just so that I'm clear, what you're suggesting is to have mapped precincts which identify a buffer zone in between certain areas that would have a unique requirement based on the fact that they're within a buffer or transition zone.
Well, I guess that is what we're saying, yes.
Yeah. Would you see that buffer zone have its own particular policy direction within the plan? I suppose it would have to, right?
I guess it would, yes.
Have you made any suggestions on what that could be?
No. Yeah. Just in terms of the height, yeah.
And the only other question is the input that you've had in this spatial plan process. On the whole, where that has landed, has that complemented the relief that you seek within this? Has it strengthened what it is you seek, other than the extension of the heritage zone that you've talked about? Has that been a useful exercise to undertake to give some visibility on the provisions?
Yes, I think it's been useful in a sense, but on the other hand, the whole spatial plan and draft district plan was so combative that in a way we, from very early days, cut back our expectations, and so in fact our expectations have probably been lowered. For instance, I would say we don't think that the heritage, the guidelines around heritage are even as strong as the pre-1930s demolition rule, that they're barely as strong as those. So, but we have kind of managed our expectations through the process because it wasn't a pleasant process. So with the council, it was the council officers, and it was very helpful and pleasant, but it wasn't always with councillors, so or the general public. So I don't know if that really answers your question,
No,
but
that's fine.
yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon, any questions?
Yes, good morning.
Good
Just
morning.
just a couple from me, just in relation to this buffer zone concept. The adjoining zone to a heritage area, presumably it would be the high density residential zone that
Yes.
solely that zone?
Yes, because if it's a character precinct, it will be it would be the 3-story 11
Yes.
metres anyway.
Yes. So in the Moya Street example, it would definitely be the high density residential zone. Yes. And I wrote it down. I just want to confirm that it would apply to one property with adjoining that
That's
zone.
just our suggestion. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And my final question, just a specific one relating to the new Claremont Grove heritage area. Did I hear you say there were 2 listed buildings in
Yes,
there?
yes.
Was one of those 20 Austin Street?
No, there are 2 in Claremont Grove.
Oh, okay. You don't happen to know the numbers, do you?
It's 3 and 5, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can check that, but
Yes.
okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all.
It's in our submission for
Thank you.
Stream 2.
Not a question, but an observation is that you'll appreciate that we can recommend to the council that it put resources into assessing buildings on the database, but that's all we can do.
Completely understand that, but I do think that what we will be doing after this process is trying to put pressure, encourage, press strongly for that to happen.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Newman. We appreciate your time and the thoroughness of your presentation. I say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Next, we have the NZIA. Not yet. Again. Okay. Okay, we'll adjourn and see if we can find our submitters. back on. Representatives of the Wellington Branch, the NZIA.
That's correct.
Care to introduce yourselves and we'll go from there.
I'm Rex Lesser. I'm the chair of the Wellington Branch, the NZIA.
And I'm Angela Foster. I'm the treasurer.
Angela,
Foster.
officer. We have your pre-circulated handout, so would you like to speak to it?
Excellent.
And we'll leave.
That's me on the very left. Yeah. Oh, how do I? Awesome. Cool. No, we just have a couple of small changes to the district plan and probably an overall statement for the design guide. At the present, the design guide is seen as prescriptive, which is reasonably troubling. So we thought we'd propose some minor changes. In the current format, it's kind of tick the box, creating an imbalance of priorities between promoting preservation versus inhabitation. And our statement is pretty much that people must be our priority. The blanket application of heritage rules to zones also needs to be considered, as in practice, it does not provide a balanced approach to what is required, especially with seismic strengthening, thermal performance and urban design is considered. Our first item is HH-P7 item C, where it states that heritage must retain the main determinants of architectural style or design of the heritage building and heritage structures. We see this as not promoting successful alterations and additions. They can only be achieved by careful consideration of the whole building, not just the key heritage values. And these are probably examples of how you can see additions. So this is an addition to the adjacent building, and alterations can be achieved quite successfully with design excellence. Now, I do understand that there is design panel looking to be promoted with Wellington City Council, and the NZIA would support that fully. And the next item is in the design guide. What should be deleted is G10, which considers that the alignment of floor level, window heights and sills must align with heritage, and that goes back to this one here, which doesn't, but it still provides a good response to the surrounding heritage. The restoration and reconstruction of shop fronts is another issue. In G16, it states that we need to restore or reconstruct shop fronts where there is evidence of the original form, detailing and materials. Heritage shop fronts are guided by the design guide to maintain and enhance Wellington shop fronts. Most of the time this is not appropriate. I myself have had an example in Tory Street where it was mandated that we retain the existing shop front, which was 2 doors and a window. However, in order to facilitate things like Jan Gale's report, which looks to engage with the street, we wanted to put opening doors, and that was not permitted. And so it means that the inhabitation of that building is considerably restricted. We also identified that G40, where it states that the installation of exoskeletons, external columns and external bracing elements is discouraged. We think the word discouraged should be removed because in some instances it is the only option, and it shouldn't be stated in a design guide that this is discouraged, because as I said before, people come before buildings, and it's great if we can maintain our heritage, but definitely people come before buildings. And so, as I stated before, the prescriptive nature of both the design guide and some of the elements in the proposed heritage rules do prohibit enhancing heritage, which again is, if we go back to John Gell, I only go back to him because he's preeminent in urban design and has provided Wellington City Council with 2, although to be them the same report. So I do believe that if we look back to urban design principles, we need to encourage the preservation of heritage rather than prescribe it be maintained in its current state, which is sometimes not fit for purpose. What else have we got? Sorry, just looking through my notes. Also too, there is a blanket heritage zones. These need further consideration. I think it's appropriate that we list particular buildings and encourage those buildings to be conserved in such a way that as permits reuse, but a blanket heritage zone actually precludes any new interventions such as this and alterations such as these, and it keeps our city in a moment in time, which I don't think is appropriate. If we'd had a district plan and a design guide similar and executed in the way that it is similarly today, then Wellington would still be 2-storey villas throughout the city, and we wouldn't have progression. So we are after preserving and conserving our heritage based on the ICAMJEC Charter, which is about adaptive reuse. We're promoting that rather than actually preserving Wellington in a pickle jar. So that's all I have to say. Does Rick have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just have one other point, and that is coming back to G10, contrast is discouraged. I think that is just an overreach. Contrast can very much allow the heritage aspects of the building to stand separate to the contemporary aspects of the building, and I think that, this is a very good example right here. The Auckland Art Gallery extensions are definitely contrast to the original building, but that contrast enables the original building to stand as its own, seen as its own value as an historic building, whereas the contemporary edition definitely stands as a contemporary edition. So there's no confusion between what is heritage and what is new. So I think that statement, contrast discouraged, is misleading.
Also, there is an example on the corner of Wakefield Street and Blair Street where Chris Kelly did a 3-level apartment on top of a heritage building, and it's just opposite New World. Subsequent to that, that was done in the 90s or 2000s.
Late 90s, yes.
Yeah. They actually tried to put a similar project a street over with another developer, and because that was another 12 years later and the rules have now been interpreted in such a way that they're more prescriptive and tick the box, that is no longer able to be built, and it was declined a resource consent, but it was a very similar concept. I think things, as I say, need to be considered on a case-by-case basis, and a design panel is where you can achieve good results such as this, which is award-winning, by the way.
Can we talk first about issues of principle? You're saying, I wrote in my notes, you say you should seek to conserve heritage but not preserve it.
Yes.
What's the difference between the two? What's the difference between conservation and preservation?
So conservation under the ICAMJEC Charter includes the adaptive reuse. So an example would be this, for example. It conserves the building and its overall status in the street. However, it has a new use on the ground floor, which is integrated. And preservation is your pickle jar example. You basically hold something in status or take it back. So in a number of situations, I do a lot of work in the CBD in Wellington, and in a lot of instances, council require you to put in place something that was there in the 1920s, which hasn't been there from the 1950s onwards, which is not appropriate. I've also been asked to, I've got a building at the moment where I've got a modern canopy, and we're taking that canopy down and wanted to replace it with something similar, glass canopy, so that you could actually see the heritage building itself. But council has demanded that we put back a curved tin veranda, which is, as it's in Cuba Street, which means that you don't see the overall building. It has no architectural value. Curved tin verandas have a history on dairies and small 2 stories. I've got a 5-story building that they're wanting me to do this. And so it is against the value. It's not adding value to the heritage. It's just, yes, it's taking it back to possibly what it could have been in the 1920s. But in order to celebrate the architecture, it in fact dumbs it down. So the rules need to, as I say, celebrate our heritage and provide interventions that enable us to appreciate it in a better form. And often contrasting is a way to do that, because it sets aside the heritage fabric from the new fabric. And that's another point in the ICAMUS Charter, which identifies that contrast is better than mimicking.
In your suggested amendment to delete item C from policy 7,
yeah,
the implication of that is that if the main determinants of the architectural style are not retained, that what then.
But what is major? I think the issue is what is major and what is minor. Sometimes it's the smaller detail that's more important than the larger detail. So say, for example, I'm doing a building on, I'm doing Wellington Workingmen's Club. We feel it's not important to save the columns on the ground floor, but we feel it is important to reinstate the Baroque caps that were there when the buildings were first built in the 1910s. We would prefer to do that and have a glass canopy and be able to appreciate what Baroque is and what it was, because there's not much of it in Wellington, rather than at ground level have a square column that impedes any strengthening works.
It's sort of sometimes the major stuff's important, sometimes the minor stuff's important.
Exactly, so it shouldn't be stated that major items should be included, because what is a major item? And unfortunately, the way that these are interpreted by those at council, they take it verbatim. So it's dangerous to put in words that they can hang to, because it then doesn't provide flexibility for architectural designers and architects and heritage architects to actually allow the public to appreciate the architecture.
What I was going to say was that you're talking yourself into an extension of it, so that everything should be retained. If the minor stuff can be important, there must be cases where the major stuff is important. So that suggests that everything, and if it's not that, then how do you create a situation where what is important is retained?
I think heritage design should be considered in the entirety, not in the detail.
So who makes the decision?
That's why I'm suggesting
that it's been successful, and you say consider in the entirety, not the detail, but that then suggests that somebody's going to be making a call that the design works and is an appropriate response to the heritage, or doesn't work.
A design panel, I think, is appropriate. Because at the moment you have a single heritage advisor who has no construction or architectural training, in a number of instances, making decisions about architecture and how a building is going to be constructed, and yet they have no understanding of that, let alone the financial responsibilities to achieve what they want. Whereas if we have a design panel, we have a mix of architects, urban designers, landscape, you know, these people can then come to a consensus.
Going on, so you've got a problem with G10, sort of, and I'm thinking, well, it just says consideration be given. It's not a requirement.
As I mentioned before, once you put something in a design guide or a district plan, Heritage tend to take that verbatim and tick the box. They don't, because at the moment it's monitored by individuals. Those individuals go back and they look at a box, and if they can't tick it, they decline it. So it's making it incredibly difficult to actually achieve good design. So we have to be very careful about the wording, and that's why we don't feel that's appropriate.
Again, G16 is rather than delete the text, is a better response to revise what we mean by the word evidence. Because as you say, you might have documentary evidence, but there's nothing physically there. So it's sort of focus on the physical fabric that is there.
How about shop fronts should enhance the value of the heritage? Because at the moment, restore and reconstruct again becomes a tick the box. If, as an example for Wellington Workingmen's Club, we have to reconstruct what was there 100 years ago, and is no longer appropriate if we want to appreciate. In those days, they didn't necessarily need to appreciate the architecture, so they didn't care whether they couldn't see the upper levels because of the narrow streets and the overhangs of the canopies. Whereas now we want to appreciate it, we want to put glass there, and that's considered not restoring or reconstructing.
And lastly, the suggested change to G40, I looked at it in context and thought, well, that means that none of the bullets match the front end of the policy. So to give you an example, you've said consideration should be given to, first bullet, be highly visible from public places. How would you amend the bullets to be consistent with the amendment you've made to the front end?
Interventions. So if you the installation of engineering solutions should have consideration for the heritage value. And sorry, I don't have the bullet, I didn't put down the bullet points, so I don't know the first ones. But I think it can be reworded in such a way as to be more flexible. Another example, Wellington Workingmen's Club, it took us 6 engineers to convince Heritage that in actual fact, we weren't the only people saying that we need an exoskeleton in that building.
Okay, Commissioner Lots, any questions?
Good morning. I've got a number of questions. First of all, in your presentation earlier, you were talking about heritage zones, and that you think that if it would be better to actually have single buildings assessed and scheduled. Does that mean you would get away from heritage areas altogether and not have heritage areas, or
I think if you are looking, say for example, there's a row of like 3 or 4 that contribute to the street value, I think then it is appropriate to say, okay, this particular area has heritage value and it must be considered as a whole. But I don't believe an entire zone, which the zones are actually quite large, and incorporate some buildings that were built in the 1930s which actually have no heritage value, and yet they are having to be maintained. I know Courtney Place is a prime example. There's probably a good, I don't know, 6 or 7 buildings in that zone which actually have contributed to architectural heritage and the heritage of Wellington. And don't forget, we also seem to be talking about colonial heritage as well. And that colonial heritage seems to be predominant value that is protected. And yet the rest of the buildings in the area, I mean, if you walk up and down, there are a few that have absolutely no heritage value and in fact detract from the street. However, they are in a heritage zone and therefore must be protected, which doesn't enable our city to enhance its environment.
Do you see any effects of having buildings next to scheduled buildings or little groups of heritage areas, that buildings that sit next to that having an effect in terms of if they are changed, that they might actually reduce the values of what's next door to them?
Once again, I think if you include a design panel, we can achieve some really nice results. And I think one must also contrast. I think the downfall of Thorndon is that we have a lot of plastic fantastic there, where unlike heritage architecture, true heritage architecture, there is a depth to the facade. There's a lot of building in Thorndon which has, it looks fantastic on an elevation when you hand it to the council, and then as soon as it's built, because it's only 100 mils thick, it loses that heritage value, and it actually looks like it's making fun of the heritage rather than contributing to it. Whereas there's actually a really cool one on the corner of, sorry, can't remember, it's Thorndon Street towards the Catherine Mansfield House. It's a beautiful zinc building, and it sits beautifully and quietly on that corner and contributes to the heritage because it allows the heritage around it to breathe. There's a couple of developments further up, the one that took over the service station. While it probably looked fantastic on elevation when constructed in relatively cost-effective materials in a cost-effective manner, it's now mimicking heritage, and it really, what does it say about our design aspirations in the 21st century? It says that we're harking back to the old, but we can't quite afford to do it. So here's what a half heritage value building.
I hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, no, none of the designers are in the room.
The alternative also within a heritage zone is a building that may be crying out for development or being to be brought back to life, isn't, because it's seen as being too risky, because the hurdles of trying to work within that heritage zone are too restrictive to enable that even to be brought into some semblance of a contemporary building. Mm. So it stays there, in fact, detracting the whole value of that heritage area.
Yeah, I think Thorndon has been devalued by some of its developments over the years.
Would you think having an urban design panel would actually help with that, even if we have heritage areas and have buildings within the areas that are not heritage?
Yeah, we're big fans of the design panel.
It enables a more holistic and more global look at the building as and within all of these discussions about heritage, accessibility, the neighbours, the context, where what describes Wellington as a city. And not just the colonial heritage too. There's obviously far more aspects to heritage than that.
And I also think at the moment, heritage is a really important part of Wellington's district plan. It's, if ever you put in a resource consent, if you have a vague feeling that you're going to have problems with heritage, you walk away. On a number of times, I've actually advised my clients to forget the building because we've had an initial pre-app at the council. And if it's got any issues with regards to heritage, I tell them walk away, sell it now, get out of it, because it's just going to eat your money, eat your time, and you're going to end up with a substandard solution. I mean, that's the current, and I don't see that these rules are actually promoting anything other.
Now, you've been talking about conservation and preservation. You've also been talking about reconstruction. Do you see value in reconstruction at all? Is reconstruction
Sometimes it's
ever-
appropriate, absolutely. As I said before, we've got some Baroque detailing on a building that I am looking at the moment, which we are encouraging the client to reconstruct because we feel it's important. It was a bit of heritage that was knocked off in the 50s and it actually contributes to that building. So yes, absolutely. But I think it's on a case-by-case basis and it shouldn't be part of a plan. It should be when you bring something to design panel, you should say, by the way, we're including this because it's actually increasing the value, whereby we're actually creating another modern intervention over here, but this will allow this to be seen at a better level.
You've referred quite a number of times to the e-commerce charter.
Yes.
The e-commerce charter has quite a clear hierarchy of processes that are to
It
be
does.
followed.
We're probably down the road a little, down the sort of like 5th and 6th options because they deal with a lot of category one England style, whereas our heritage probably isn't of that detail and of that. Yeah, so we've got a different level of heritage, and some of the heritage buildings, if you take, for example, the ones up Cuba Street, there's a few that are sort of timber framed construction where they're almost falling over, so you can't apply a heritage one category or the first sort of 3 stages of it to that particular building because there's not much of it left. So I think the ACMOS charter, the bits that I'm referring to is where they talk about adaptive reuse and encouraging the longevity of a building and to show its age. It doesn't have to be a 1920s building and stay a 1920s building. It can actually be a 1920s building with a 50s addition that's appropriate and maybe then an 80s. And it's about showing the progression of that building through adaptive reuse. And I guess that's what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the ACMOS charter.
e-commerce charter, yeah. Let me just have a quick look here. In your speaking notes, you have a paragraph that ends with working together to achieve the best outcome for the building and the city is critical to the success of any heritage project. What do you see as the success of a heritage project to be?
Where you get the best of both worlds, you get the adaptive reuse and you get the conservation of key architectural elements that contribute to the street. And I think the best way to achieve that is again through the design panel because it's seen not through just heritage eyes, it's seen through practitioners, urban designers, landscape architects, and architects as a whole. And I think it's all of those people need to contribute to the promotion of design, not just heritage, which unfortunately is how it works at the moment. And you can tell the outcome of a project dependent on the heritage advisor appointed at that particular time.
Thanks very much for that. That's me.
Morning, Ms. Foster. I just want to go revisit the issue with policy P7. And I acknowledge you've already had a discussion with the chair about that. And you make the point that words are important, and I certainly endorse that comment. There's a clear relationship between P7 and the rule which it relates to, which is R7, which is about additions and alterations. In fact, that rule refers back to P7 as one of the matters of discretion. And you've asked for the deletion of clause C in totality, and I just want to check with you whether you had read the chapeau to the rule, the introduction to the rule in its totalness, because it starts off by saying it provides for additions, so it's enabling, where it can be demonstrated that the work doesn't detract from the heritage values, and then the important words are having regard to, and the first matter to have regard to is the extent to which the work, and then clause C retains the main elements. So it's not the retention of the elements per se, but it's the extent to which anyone reporting on the resource consent has to have regard to.
That's correct, and I think the first statement is appropriate, but I think the clause narrows that down too closely, and it should be the building seen as a whole, not
Right.
main determinant factors,
Yes.
minor determinant factors.
Understand that. How about this as a proposition then? What if the word main was deleted, and so you don't have that division between major and minor that you referred to earlier, and the focus, or one of the focus, and that's just one of several matters that the council have to regard to. The focus is on determinants of architectural style, whether they're major or minor. Would that go some way to addressing your concerns?
So can you say that sentence?
Let's say the word main was deleted.
Yeah. And
so there's no distinguishing between major and minor.
Yeah.
So where the minor elements are more important, the council can have regard to that matter, and where the major ones are more important, then they can also have that regard. I mean, in your response to the chair, you drew a distinction between the role of different elements and their importance in the hierarchy. I'm just wondering if we took away that hierarchy in that clause C,
Yeah.
and whether that would go some way to addressing your concerns.
The issue though, in doing that, you may then get the make it further restrictive.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering whether you can have it both ways. I mean, you made a very important point that sometimes it's not the big features that are important, it's the little ones. And it's a matter, it's just one of many matters that the council have regard to. It's not necessarily determinative, and the policy is actually enabling additions and alterations. It's
No,
not.
the policy is enabling, I think, as I mentioned before, the way that it's implemented.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying there, and that's why
That's why it's quite dangerous.
that's why
I
I'm
think
saying.
it would be preferable to say that any additions and alterations must be incorporated into the heritage fabric.
Then again, you're using a word that's mandatory, must, and so.
Yeah, okay.
I just wondered whether there's a danger of chucking the baby out with the bathwater and getting rid of that clause altogether, as opposed to finessing it so that it provides better guidance when a resource consent.
With discretion. With the determinants of the.
Well, it's a restricted discretionary activity already. This is a policy matter that the council will have regard to. It's not setting out mandatory requirements.
Instead of retained, if it incorporated the architectural style or design of the heritage fabric would be better, because then you're not talking about the building or the structure.
Okay.
You're talking about the fabric,
Right.
which is much looser.
Okay, well, hopefully there's some material for the officer to work with on that, but thank you. And the only other one is your very last point in your written presentation today about heritage building scheduling, and a request that consideration be given to the ranking of heritage items. Now, we had a long discussion with council officers on this during their presentation, and it's clear that the council don't favour a ranking, and I put it to Mr. McCutcheon is if they had a ranking, then he agreed that there would need to be a different policy response to the Heritage 1 and Heritage 2 rankings. Instead, what we have is a policy that reflects that there is no ranking, but there might be differences. Well, there will be different levels of importance within the list, and the policy is aims at providing a basis for assessing developments that reflect that not all buildings are equal. He's indicated that it would be very difficult to re-establish a ranking.
Because the problem that we have, I think, is the Courtney Place example that I gave you before. That's got a blanket heritage zone. However, there's only a few buildings that actually contribute to that heritage fabric.
Okay. I was talking about individual items.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was all from me.
I'm just suggesting if those 7 buildings are identified, then I think Courtney Place would look amazing. Have the potential to look amazing.
Might take a bit more than that.
Yeah, possibly.
Thanks, Ms.
Maybe
Foster.
not in my lifetime.
Thank you very much, both.
Thank you very much for listening.
And we'll adjourn to have a break. I'll be back at 11:10. We'll resume the hearing. Mr. Murcott here for the TRA.
Kia ora, Commissioners. Good morning. Right. Yes, thank you. Richard Murcott, representing the Thorndon Residents Association. With our understanding that this is mainly about heritage, and we will have some thoughts about.
Is your microphone on, by the way?
I've got a green light here.
Green light's good. Yeah.
Yep. So, am I close enough?
Oh, you were just a little bit quiet.
Bring it a little bit forward. How's that?
That's better. Thanks.
We're looking at this particular map from the proposed district plan to guide where our thinking is this morning, and it just highlights Te Maringi Hill, some of the original stream locations, and the sort of northern end of the suburb. Thorndon's blessed with heritage of national significance. And we're going to focus, or would like to focus with you this morning on the Thorndon Heritage Trail, Old St Paul's to Catherine Mansfield House and Garden, via Hobson Street's character and heritage. And we would like to talk about three things: historic heritage, view shafts, and trees. So historic heritage. We've already in stream 2 highlighted that a foundation for the definition of heritage areas in Thorndon was established by the council and consultants about 14 years ago. And we're thinking that as a minimum, the proposed character areas should match these areas. All character areas could equally be considered heritage areas. So this map was generated 14 years ago by Boffa Limited and Wellington City Council working together, and shows the extent. Now, hopefully, yes, we've got a new version which the City Insights GIS team kindly generated this map for us, and it overlays the Boffa and Wellington City Council heritage areas from 2009 to help inform our submission about getting some alignment between heritage and character precincts on the eastern side of the motorway in particular, because overall in this whole planning approach, some of the community feel quite abandoned who live on the southeastern side of the suburb. The community has a group called the Thorndon Society, and the Thorndon Society has existed for 50 years this year. This is its latest publication, just came out a few weeks ago. Nearly all the properties, residential properties and others, notable properties and buildings, have been written about over that 50 years and are recorded in this series lodged in the library. So that's more than half a century. And the Thorndon Society has existed to protect and preserve what remains of Thorndon's heritage and to maintain its residential character, its core reason for being. To us, heritage is character with stories. Character and heritage are intricately interlaced in Thorndon. All Thorndon's character residences have stories, and most, if not all, of our character and heritage houses have been documented as I say, over the last 50 years. And this slide just illustrates that some of the most prominent notable homes have been issued plaques by the Thorndon Society, and that just illustrates what the plaque looks like and a little bit of highlighted information about that location and a map showing how they're distributed around the suburb. And I'd like to highlight this quite a lot on the eastern side of the motorway. So essentially, we're asking the Commission panel to consider this perspective and add that to what we said, what the association said in the last stream on residential character, residential. And now we'd like to talk about view shafts. View shafts sort of came to us a little bit late through this excellent consultation process where we get the opportunity to make further submissions and so on. We became aware of submitters talking about view shafts, and we hadn't given that too much attention. So arising from the further submissions process, the association made that noting and wanted to bring that forward this morning. The matter of view shafts of interest in the context of a principal concern for preservation of character and heritage. The association proposes a change to the PDP with some additional view shaft controls, and we'll highlight them in a moment. You see, Te Ahi Marangi Hill is Thorndon's outstanding natural feature and landscape element, a beacon that anchors and flanks us in this place. Like Mount Victoria, it's that other large hill on the northeastern side of the city. So we've got Te Ahi Marangi Hill on one side of the inner city, Mount Victoria the other side of the inner city. A view shaft or two is a way to manage a couple of long-range views appreciated for their attractiveness and which anchor to our sense of place. And visitors on this trail can triangulate their location with these views. I'd like to just take you on a quick walk and do it quickly because we understand that you've visited this particular route. Commencing at the intersection of Davey Street and Thorndon Quay, which is the easternmost point of residential Thorndon, and we'll take a quick walk up Hobson Street. A reminder that Hobson Street is part of the Thorndon Heritage Trail. The photograph on the left is right at the intersection with Thorndon Quay, and so we're launching from between two 6-storey apartment buildings with frontages on Thorndon Quay and Davis Street. And we note the dominance and the effect on our view from having these tall buildings right there on the street frontage. We note...
Before you go on, those, I know that the one on the Heritage Gardens has been there a long time, isn't it? Because that was a converted office block, I thought.
Stadium Gardens.
Stadium Gardens.
In fact, that building is 3 buildings joined together, a major redevelopment of something that used to be...
A good friend of mine had an apartment in there.
Right, yeah. So, in fact, I know a government agency used to be in there.
Terralink.
Department of Survey and Land Information, actually, before Terralink, yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's exactly the location. And so those buildings they've grown in height from the original height, both of the buildings there being built on top of. But we're focused here on the effect that it creates in this part of the street. And we just ask you to have a focus on the house at the end of the street, on the right-hand side at the end of that row of heritage houses. And as we walk along Davey Street, suddenly those tall buildings are behind us and we start to see a skyline, which as we walk further towards that house to the corner of the intersection with Hobson Street, this becomes more apparent. It's Te Ahi Marangi Hill. And as we turn the corner, it's becoming quite dominant in our view and feeling for the place, the openness and so on. And walking now along part of the Heritage Trail, starting to note the trees, which we'll comment on soon, and make our way along the street, coming up towards where the French residence is. And now you can see the hill is truly dominating our view when we look around the rooftops of our heritage and character buildings. And it's this is much closer to the motorway, going towards the high point up on the left. The left photo shows the where the bridge is over the motorway, that high point in Hobson Street. And just before that bridge is the Heritage Trail sign explaining where you are and some of the history. And we're highlighting the view of the hill. If you turn around, you look at Mount Victoria. For anywhere in Hobson Street, along that street, you look back and Mount Victoria is our other anchor. So visitors to historic Thorndon are seeing these, getting they're triangulating their position by just simply looking at the horizon. So these are the views that we're thinking about. And we're not expert in how a view shaft is generated, designed, specified, regulated, and so on. So all we've done is just highlight that this maybe this is another feature could be added to the plan that maybe could help preserve or add to protecting these heritage and character areas in this side of the suburb. Because it's such an important thing. People might, the locals might even take it for granted, but the visitors don't. And so now we'd like to move to trees and come back to some trees that we walked past, the 9 Oriental plane trees. We'd like to remind the Wellington City Council that these deciduous trees were funded by the community. We asked the council to recognise and honour that partnership with community, and perhaps in the district plan, and recognise the continuity of this with the special character and streetscape along the segment of the Thorndon Heritage Trail. And something else that we'd like to highlight, it does reflect back on some comments shared during Stream 2, and particularly from folk who presented from Newtown. The properties in this area, although they're on small sections, have got well-established trees and gardens, although they're small. And here's a remarkable example of what happens because of our unique location, association with Te Ahi Marangi Hill, and of course Zealandia has increased bird life. We get experiences that come from having trees and decent gardens. And here's an example of one of our biggest native birds resting right in the middle of the Hobson precinct, which has been proposed as a character precinct now in this process. Just perched there, observing what's going on. And I think that's just as an inner residential area. We think this is an extension of what density done well is about. Green spaces separating the buildings with trees, and which are important for many reasons. We seek a livable city by design. The proposed district plan should encourage and celebrate these dimensions, the experiences that these ribbons of green can provide, and their contribution towards addressing the challenges that have arrived with climate change, because we need spaces for water to run off and so on. We've discussed this before as well, but we're just sort of highlighting in this heritage stream that this is all part of the more complex, bigger picture and solutions for a sustainable future. And to close,
Does the kiddo only come out when someone's got a paintbrush in their mouth?
well, I was looking for help. Well, I must say we're blessed to have a lot of tui and kaka and so on too, although they're a bit annoying when they attack the trees.
Not to mention when they attack your roof.
Oh,
or
no.
flashing on your roof.
So in closing, it was only a few weeks ago on Anzac Day that we remembered as a nation how important our past is. Some thoughts were shared that day that might translate to this heritage stream and what we think of the places we come from and what we should defend. And for example, I heard somebody say, if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going. And personally, in a building context, I look at our character and heritage houses that are well over 100 years old and the stories behind them, and I reflect upon how robust they are, the quality of the materials compared with modern buildings that have failed in short time frames, for example, leaky buildings, and less quake-resistant buildings. Many have been demolished after the Kaikoura earthquake in Thorndon, and buildings with no character or heritage, etc. And another thing we heard on Anzac Day, we are what we remember. And the city is blessed to have some valued examples of residential heritage and character in Thorndon and our other inner residential suburbs. And we've discovered that there's no need for the proposed district plan to risk character and heritage, especially where communities highly value them, and not just our community, but communities across New Zealand who come and visit here, and in areas that have significant national significance. The stakes are high. It's a one-way path. Once they're gone for good. And I'd just like to add too that we support submissions you've heard from Live Wellington. I know you've heard from Mount Victoria Historic Society this morning, and we align with this kind of thinking about how important this is to the character and the feeling of this place, the city we love called Wellington. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Murcott. I should start with an observation that if this were a first schedule process, then you would probably be out of luck trying to use the first further submission process to hinge a new view shaft, but perhaps fortunately for you, it's not. So we do have that option. So just ask Commissioner Lutz, do you have any questions?
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, fair comment. It's a reflection of the fact that we're lay people. We've not experienced a process like this before. And the proposed district plans are very complex and comprehensive documents. So we didn't, we were, there's another factor here too, and it's a fairly big one. Remember, we've started from the far end, the other end of the field. We're trying to get a try in one run from behind the goalposts because of the way the proposed district plan ignored character on that eastern flank. And we've got part of the suburb yet to talk about that's been zoned for city central and so on. So we were distracted by those things and some of the finer details of the plan. We must, and view shafts as well.
Commissioner Lutz, any questions?
Just one. It was very interesting to see your Thorndon Society, the information that they have actually gathered over the last 50 years. The pamphlet you are saying has just been reissued recently?
Yes, they issue a newsletter regularly.
Regularly.
Yeah.
The buildings that have been assessed on that list on your page 9 of your presentation.
Yes, I can find it.
How, when has that information last been reviewed? No?
That particular slide there shows not only locations that have received notable home plaques by the Society, but also listed heritage buildings and so on are on that list. That information belongs to the Society. It doesn't belong to the Residents Association, so I can't answer how
That's
up to date it is. It's taken from a web page.
Mm.
Yeah.
Are you aware that this information has been made available to the council?
Well, through submissions, because we reference this when the Residents Association produced its catalogue of all the buildings, like those ones that are highlighted on that map that we produced. This map here, the red dots, are all listed in a catalogue that we submitted for this process, and so the council knows about that, if that's what you're alluding to, and we were promoting that information to support the establishment of character areas, and through the research we did discover that the council had this definition as shown on this map of what they considered the extent of heritage in 2008, 2009.
Thank you very much for that. It's very helpful.
Questions?
Thank you for that. I think the first point is you made reference to a lot of things that were discussed in Stream 2. Not all of us were involved in Stream 2, but I do understand.
The Commissioner's catching up.
Yeah. So I'm catching up. The Thorndon Society and the Thorndon Residents Association, do you use those terms interchangeably? Are they the same thing in your mind?
No. The Residents Association was constituted in 2008 with a very specific terms of reference and set up as a charity as well. Largely focused on dealing with the challenges of today. The Thorndon Society specifically grew out of the incredible impact that the building of the motorway had, and it formed in 1973, and it fulfilled that role of looking after these sorts of things until recent times. I don't think they submitted in this process, whereas in the past they would have. So you could think of them as largely our historic society, I think, would be. I don't think that would offend them. I think that's their core role. And a lot of residents of Thorndon belong to both. So the in your slide 9, the table that you've got in there, that's the Thorndon Societies list. Yep. That's the list that you are seeking to be included in the heritage schedule. That list you are seeking to be included in the heritage schedule. So it's a society list, but we're wanting to see it. Yes, it's more from the Residents Association point of view. This map here, with those red dots, those additional properties, were the ones that were missing from the any concept of character in the proposed district plan, and some of those do include notable plaques. From some of those buildings have got plaques as notable homes issued by the Thorndon Society some years ago, and which adds to the community's concern that how could they have been forgotten, that they're sitting on the street, on the gatepost or the front of the house and so on, and not considered character or heritage. So yes, they're in the Thorndon Society's list, taken from their webpage. They're covered by the catalogue, which includes a little bit of basic information about every one of these properties, when they were built, perhaps who the architect was, and photographs as well. There's a whole album of photos for the properties as submitted by the Residents Association for the proposed district plan hearings process.
Thank you for that. And my last question on the slide 23, the trees, the 9 oriental plane trees. So am I right in that you'd want to include those as listed notable trees and they're not at current?
We haven't submitted or said that specifically because we don't actually understand very well sort of the regulatory approach here. But I think the key point is that one of the reasons for the council agreeing to do that is that in turn enhanced that piece of character and heritage which is down that finger of that eastern side of Hobson Street. It sort of complements that, and in itself says in 2009 there was clear recognition of the special character and heritage at that end of the suburb. Now, I'm not. We're not sure. I have not been instructed by the Residents Association members as to say that these should be notable trees. We would perhaps leave that to the judgment of yourselves as experts in urban planning and so on, and also highlight for the council that have they forgotten that they're trying to construct a particular look and feel on this heritage trail, and this was part of it.
Yeah. I suppose where I'm coming from is if in the future, say the society or the Residents Association feel that native plants might be a more appropriate represent, as an example, we don't want these trees to be as such that, or do you want these trees as such to be that it would be very difficult to remove them, even if an alternative was seen as being more appropriate? Because I suppose where I'm going, take away the notable bit. Would you be comfortable if the Residents Association and the council felt in the future other trees might be more appropriate, that would be something we would want to permit?
I think, yes, I'm not instructed here by my association, but I'm thinking that the community would expect a conversation and would expect some consultation. Whatever type of trees these are, they if this type of planting, this type of greenery is complementing the area, it's in sync with that kind of view shaft and so on. Being these ones, of course, are deciduous, so in winter time, when that hill is creating a lot of shade across the suburb because the sun is setting on the other side of it, and so on, there seem to be a good selection for that reason. There's an absolute desire to have natives as well, and we, of course, don't have to walk very far to find them on either in the Catherine Mansfield Memorial Park, which is at the end of the street, or go over to the hill, to this part of the town belt. But we also have an area called Queen's Park, which is a small part of that Te Ahi Maurangi Hill down alongside Grant Road, which specifically is about the exotics and about preserving a little bit of connection there between the heritage we have in our buildings and residences and in the park, where early last century, late 19th century ladies and their husbands would be promenading through Queen's Park. I mean, and the stories that we can be told about that sort of thing. So these are important features, and I think consultation with the community would be desired.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Mr. Murcott, 3 very brief matters from me. Your slide 7. It's the one with the dots, requested additions to character precincts. I have a different slide in my bundle.
Yes, when I just got this slide this morning. We did originally ask, the one you've got will have the imagery, the aerial imagery as a backdrop, and it's a little harder to see the details that we were trying to communicate, and hence we asked for an exact version of it, except the plain background map rather than the imagery map background. So that's the only difference.
Moral of the story is, when you finish, can you email that version to Jazz?
Oh, she provided it. Jazz coordinated with the GIS team to produce it, so she will be sharing it with you. Yeah. Well, and of course she actually Jazz actually put it in here into the slide set. I thank Jazz for doing that. That would have just happened this morning.
Yeah, Mr. Murdoch, my follow-up question to that, excuse me, is the dots are requested additions to character precincts. What are you asking us to do in relation to heritage in respect to those?
Well, I think the biggest part of the story here is that in the minds of a community like ours, it's hard to separate what heritage from character.
I understand that. I mean, let's get to the chase. I mean, are you asking that those matters, those properties that have got a dot on also become part of heritage areas?
That not necessarily. It wasn't. We didn't make a submission to do that. We have at the southern end of the suburb a specific heritage area already proposed. But what we are saying is that as these areas have in the past at least been recognised as heritage, then does that not support the argument to at least have them defined as character precincts in this particular proposal, this particular district plan?
Just thank you for that clarification. Just for the record, presumably therefore you're also not asking for those individual properties to be specific listings in their own right either as heritage items?
No, because a listed heritage building has a little bit more onerous responsibilities, and of course the owners would need to be consulted and all of that. I think we mentioned in stream 2 that character is that lighter weight heritage thing. The people who buy into an area like this and buy properties like this are looking after the character without those additional regulatory controls.
Sure. No, I understand. I just needed to clarify that. The next one is your slide 12, which is on view shafts and the association's further submission. And I think below that, the initial submission. Can you just tell us what that's requesting the panel to do? Both of those listings, both those submissions, I should say, the further submission and the initial submission.
Well, in our initial submission, we're identifying the heritage connection with things like the heritage trails, but we didn't go into any depth in a submission to do much about it at that point when we were doing the principal submission.
I think to clarify, I think that what's down below is the Wellington's Character Charitable Trust final submission, and then the Thorndon residents further submission.
Is that what that is?
Like a real fun first topic.
Yeah, okay.
But I think that's what it is. It's on Friday.
Okay. So the term that I can read on that further submission at the bottom is preserve view shafts. So presumably you're supporting that part of the Thorndon Residents Association submission that relates to the preservation of view shafts.
Yes, and that particular submitter is talking about different view shafts. But in our
I mean the Wellington Character Trust, yes.
Sorry. Yep, but in our suburb, and we thought that is a good point and good thought. Golly, we've missed an opportunity to highlight that this would align with the thinking in terms of character and heritage in this other area, which is quite obviously on a heritage trail and perhaps could assist with the protecting those things that the community values.
I understand that. you appreciate there will be a bit of work involved in constructing that, and it might need to involve a different process.
Yeah.
Okay, and the further submission on the Eldon Family Trust, that's supporting that particular view shaft.
I've got no particular comment this morning on that particular point, but again, we recognise that that submitter had captured that thought that features in our landscape like Te Ahi Maringi are really important, and it's more important if you're further away from it, like that part of the suburb on the other side of the motorway, such as the location of those submitters.
And just finally, the Thorndon Residents Association submission didn't request any additional notable trees to be added.
No, we didn't extend to that. We didn't have time or resources to do it.
Not being critical. I'm just trying to get the facts.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
I think that's it from us. Mr.
Thank you very
Maddock.
much.
Will we see you later in your own right?
Yes.
Well, we'll look forward to your return.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. McIntosh. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Kia ora, good morning. Amazed at you people and appreciative that we've sat through all this amazing time and have a lot more to do on this, and I appreciate you all taking our submissions. Thank you. My name is Rosalind McIntosh. I'm part of the Wesley. Can you hear me all okay? Wesley Precinct section of the Lower Kelburn Neighbourhood Group. The Wesley Precinct section is supported by 40 people. Most.
Just getting a bit of feedback from.
Yeah. Yes, okay. It's supported, the precinct is supported by 40 people, most of whom are resident in the 33 houses within our precinct, which is sited on a very steep hill. For myself, I feel very privileged to have been born in this country, grown up in Wellington, and to have lived in New Zealand during the time of my life. And I have seeking here, as I always have, to serve the community of which I am part. For 45 of my 80 years, I have worked to buy, develop and maintain here in this area, Wesley Precinct, both my own family's home built in 1890 and its small garden, which now supplies most of our household food. My strong wish is to live out the rest of my life on this small property and neighbouring high-rise buildings blocking necessary sunlight would severely disrupt this. I would also like to acknowledge the iwis that were resident in this area and shaped and maintained it for a very long time before the New Zealand company did their negotiations that allowed us to be here. Slide 1 in this presentation, we are requesting that the Wesley precinct be considered a heritage area. All the photographs shown here were taken within Wesley precinct or looking over it from the Botanic Gardens towards the harbour. In our Stream 2 presentation, we summarised reasons why Wesley precinct should be either a character area or a medium density residential zone. We were encouraged in this by page 26 of the 2019 Bothamiscal Review of Character Areas in Wellington, reported that the study of this area had not been completed, and they thought because of the ages of the houses, that the full investigation of Wesley precinct for character area status should be done. Why are we presenting in Stream 3? Firstly, a commission asked during our Stream 2 presentation if we had considered requesting heritage status for Wesley precinct, considering the number of people important in shaping New Zealand history who have lived there. We had not considered this possibility, and here present examples of evidence we have found so far as images that support such heritage status. Secondly, in all our previous submissions on the district plan, we have asked that the view over Wesley precinct connecting the Botanic Gardens to the harbour, that these be continued to be protected for the future. In 1972, 15 more years ago, the building of a new 6-storey apartment block on Wesley Road had consent retracted because it would break this significant connecting view for visitors to the Botanic Gardens and our Wellington people. Slide 2. This isn't, oh, right, here we go. Show Bothamiscal's precinct, which we call Wesley. Down the bottom, they're etched in green with a red arrow. In relation to the Thorndon and to the adjoining to Thorndon area and to the adjoining character area on the north side of Bolton Street, that is in the proposed district plan. Wesley precinct comprises the south side of Upper Bolton Street, Upper Aurora Terrace and San Sebastian Road, as well as Wesley Road. The stars on this map show the properties where 16 people notable in New Zealand's history have lived in the precinct, and there are likely more. That is what we could do in the time we had. Regarding the precinct's age of development, 50% of the 33 houses were built earlier than 1890, as shown by the first Thomas Ward map, and these are coloured in green there. 60% of the houses were built earlier than 1900, according to the second Thomas Ward map, if you add in the blue areas. 90% of the houses were built earlier than 1970, which is the 1937, sorry, which is the next date of Wellington City's mapping of this area. Of the 3 houses built since 1937 in mauve, the design of 2 that are currently being constructed closely follow the style of the 19th century houses around them. On this slide, more details are listed on the individual houses and examples of their notable residents that we have so far discovered. I will mention at this point the home built pre-1892 of Sir George Laking, Secretary for External Affairs and head of the Prime Minister's Department in the 60s, and Ombudsman, the pre-1892 home of David Beetson, influential journalist and broadcaster and chairman of New Zealand On Air in the 1980s, and the home of Prime Minister Sir Robert Muldoon when he was a student and backbencher, and then later also Hugh Rennie QC in a building of the earlier British High Commission. Slide 5 shows the home built pre-1892 of Sir Alistair McIntosh, who was Secretary of External Affairs for 30 years, from 1935, head of the Prime Minister's Department, 1945 to 1965, and Secretary to the Second World War Cabinet, among many other notable contributions to the city and nation. On the right is the pre-1900 home of Dr. Frank Hall, first Dean of the Wellington Medical School, and later home of Edith Campion, MBE, acclaimed actor and founder of one of the first New Zealand theatre companies, the New Zealand Players, and also, of course, the mother of the film director, Jane Campion. This house was renovated by Gordon Moller, multiple award-winning architect, and an example of his work being the Auckland Sky Tower. And his house was recently demolished, was his award-winning home on Wesley Road, the area's original farmhouse. Slide 6 here shows the home built pre-1892 of Sir John McGrath, Solicitor General and Supreme Court Judge. This house was also renovated by Gordon Muller. On the right is the home built pre-1892 of Sir Ron Trotter, a pre-eminent New Zealand business leader, chairman of Fletcher Challenge, founding chair of the New Zealand Business Roundtable, and also holder of multiple significant directorships of and chairmanships of national organisations. This slide shows the 1872 Powell's House, Historic Place Category 1, the only surviving building designed by the prolific early Wellington architect C. Julius Toxwood. It was the home of Sir Guy Powles, diplomat, the first ombudsman and first race relations conciliator, who architected the independence of Samoa, among many other notable contributions to the nation. On the right is another classic building of the earlier British High Commission and later home to Mary Ronnie QSO, first woman national librarian in the world. Slide 8 shows the home built pre-1892 of Charles Todd, industrialist and founder of Todd Motors and Todd Corporation. Two of his sons are knighted business leaders and lived here. On the right is the home of Sir Keith Holyoake, Prime Minister and Governor General. This slide shows the 1895 home designed by Frederick de Jersey Clare for his family. He was the architect of many of our heritage buildings, including St Mary's of the Angels just down the road here. Also shown is his 1940s painting of Upper South Bolton Street in Wesley Road. So in summary, our request is that Wesley Precinct be given either a character area status, as we asked before, or heritage area status, as we are making the beginnings of the case for here, or be given medium intensity residential zone because of unsuitable topology for high-rise building, steep streets unwalkable to transport for all by the fittest, and many other reasons we have described in our earlier presentation. And importantly, we request that demolition of houses here is withheld until assessment of the above zoning is completed. Here we note we ask that the loss of the cutting off of the view from the upper Botanic Gardens from Wellington Harbour setting if high-rise blocks are built on Wesley Precinct. On the left is the harbour view that would be blocked from the lookout on Remembrance Path, and on the right an example of those views blocked from the Norwood and Eastern paths. Current heights of two-storey old buildings in the Wesley Precinct reach the top of the line of Pahutakawas that you can see edging the ocean in both those pictures. And on the right is a summary of the advantages we have already presented for giving this precinct one of the zonings that we are requesting. Climate adaptation, preservation of shade from mature trees and wooded areas, also home to diverse native flora and fauna, spongeable, very steep surface protected by such vegetation from heavy rain, less landfall and carbon from demolition and from use of new construction materials. On the heritage side, irreplaceable ancient timbers and vanished craftsmanship remain in living homes. Old homes that have long been earthquake and weather resistant will not deteriorate if their sunlight is retained. Heavy intensified building on one-way streets without pavements and lack of parking is not feasible. Expensive new buildings are likely to provide housing for long-term residents, are unlikely to provide housing for long-term residents of any income, certainly not medium and low income earners where the great need is. The lives of owners and tenants in a high functioning neighbourhood would not be severely and needlessly disrupted if this area is protected. I will be seeking notable tree status for the enormous kowhai that I have on the front of my property, home to many birds, native birds, and that is remarked on by all the neighbours as they walk past. And this is a needless destruction of an important area to the nation. When there are unutilised areas and more accessible flat parts of the city that could be used to meet this need in the next 30 years for housing that workers in the city can afford. So I thank you for kind consideration of our request.
Thank you very much, Dr. McIntosh. First, only question I had was I wanted to get a clearer fix on where you've said a view over Wesley Road from the lookout on Remembrance Path, the one on the left.
Yes.
Whereabouts is that exactly? Like,
well, there's that big slope above the Henry Moore statue with paths on it. That's the one on the right. And then if you keep on going past and in front of the what used to be the old Met Office and around, there's the Remembrance Path that goes along up there. And there's a lookout to look at the city that looks over Wesley Road that I photographed here on the left.
So how far is that from the cable car?
Immediately you drop below the cable car, you've got this view that would be blocked by any 6-storey buildings that are there. The cable car is right up there. You walk along past the Scout Hall and start to go down the hill, and that's where the view would be blocked from there right down to
that path many times. I'm just trying to visualise exactly where it is, but thank you for that.
Yeah, that's a very, very lovely path to walk, that one. I enjoy it because of its connection to the harbour and the mountains on the other side. We are very lucky in the beauty of this area.
Commissioner, any questions?
No, it was very clear. Thank you.
Just one, Ms. McIntosh, so you noted towards the end of your presentation that you are seeking notable tree protection for the kowhai at your house?
I just mentioned that now, yes, so that's something I've been intending to do, and I will do that as soon as I've got this out the way.
So it's not listed as a notable tree at the moment?
Not yet, no.
Oh, okay.
It's the biggest one anybody's seen when they tell me.
Yeah. And so, that's okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. McIntosh, I have one question, and it relates to your summary slide, which is the second to last one.
Yes.
One back. Yes, that one.
Mm-hmm.
Where you summarise your request for zoning of the precinct, and you list 3 options: character area,
Mm-hmm.
heritage area, or medium intensity residential zone. My question is that in an order of preference, or is there no hierarchy?
Well, there's a difference in level of protection of particular houses through those. Obviously, the more protection, the more delighted we would be. But if, you know, any of those things would preserve the area and the enjoyment of the area. So we would prefer heritage. If that is unacceptable character, then let's go for the medium density if that's unacceptable. I mean, there are different reasons for the protection of each, and it depends how well those reasons are received by whoever is making the decisions.
Yes. Although you said there was no hierarchy, your answer seems to suggest that there is one:
Yes, that's
heritage,
right.
character, and then medium density.
That's right. And I didn't write them in that order. It was probably late at night when I was.
That's not a criticism. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McIntosh, once again.
Thank you.
And I should tell you that 3 of us have strolled around the area of interest to you, so we've got a pretty clear fix on what you're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Partridge.
Hello.
Greetings. Speaking of trees, over to you, Mr. Partridge. You've given us quite a bit of material. What would you like to highlight?
Yeah, I'll just go through this presentation as quickly as I can. It's a little bit technical. Essentially, most of the presentation is around the root protection area for trees and the importance of tree roots. So the first slide is
before I should say to you, I think you're pushing in an open door because the council officer has shifted his view to more align with the input from yourself, Mr. Spencer, and Mr. Melville about utilising the 12 times diameter.
Okay, well, that's good to know because that's not what I saw in the official documents online in the section, in the rebuttals and what have you. Is that now changed officially?
Well, I think it's across the table here. That's the view that we've had. So,
okay. Well, I'll just quickly just go through this, shall I?
So the message is that you could speed through that and then focus on the residual issues that are not agreed.
Okay. All right. So is there no point at all in talking
Well, no,
about...
I'm not saying there's no point. But,
yeah.
But as I say, highlight the most important pieces of information.
Right.
Because as I think you're pushing in an open door.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I'll do that then. Okay. So the first slide is really basically just reiterating the fact that tree roots are important and they spread well beyond the canopy of a tree. This is just a view of a a typical open grown root system for a tree which doesn't have any below ground root impediments. But obviously in an urban area, you get all sorts of things getting in the way of roots, which restricts their root ball and makes them vulnerable to being blown over in high winds and that sort of thing. So it's very important that roots, if they do exist within a garden or in a park, you know, they're protected. One of the biggest risks to trees in urban areas is basically open trenches through root systems, and that allows roots to dry out and then allows fungal spores in, which slowly kills the tree. Happens very frequently. The idea of this 12 times 10 diameter root protection method has been around since late 1990s, early 2004. and it's in all the international best practice standards around the world. It's used, it's recommended by the New Zealand Arboricultural Association, so it's clearly very important. There was some references to the number of other councils in the Wellington region that use the drip line half height method, and this is based on my own research and shows the actual picture around New Zealand for district plans. So there's a variety of methods used, but it's safe to say that, you know, this drip line half height method comes from a 1991 British standard, which has since been deleted and replaced with 12 times stem diameter. This may be of interest. This is a bit different to what you've seen in some of my other evidence. This is a picture of the current definition of the root protection area. I've been through the Wellington City Council overlay on a GIS system for notable trees. There are two layers. One shows the actual tree and the other shows the nominal root protection area. As far as I can tell, there are no trees in the district plan which are using the half height measure. So I think that maybe the council's made a mistake, but effectively they're using drip line only and not the drip line or half height method, because every single root protection area in the GIS overlay is only to the extent of the drip line. So yeah, that does need to be changed regardless of any other outcomes. The drip line half height method comes from a 1991 British standard, which has since been withdrawn, and it was intended that it was drip line or half height, not that the half height only applies to columnar trees. It's been sort of lost in translation through various usage in district plans around New Zealand. But if you look at the Wairarapa district plan, which has a very similar drawing, they do apply a drip line or half height to all trees, not just columnar trees. I know that because this is a site I worked on in Greytown just recently, and that's the root protection area based on the half height, which is wider than the canopy extent. So I think and the method which is being proposed in the Wellington Council plan is sort of a mistake or an inferior version of the original. This is a picture of a tree in Percival Street. It's a protected plane tree, which is notable in the district plan. So on there you see the cross hatching, which is the nominal root protection area using a drip line, and I've overlaid it with the protection area that you would have if you applied the 12 times stem diameter method. And there's all sorts of benefits to having a larger protection area. The principal idea I wanted to get across was this idea of a precautionary approach. So essentially speaking, the wider the root protection area you have, the more ability you have to control potential damage to roots. It doesn't mean that you can't develop in there, it doesn't mean you can't build, it just means it's a precautionary measure to stop roots being damaged. So if you get like a consultant arborist involved, he might say, well, you can put a path through there, or you can put foundations in there, they just have to be hand dug and roots have to be looked after. So think of the root protection area not as a no-go zone for development, but a precautionary area where we look to protect important rooted trees where we can. So that's a kind of bit of a summary of everything I've sort of gone through. Maybe just a couple of things to highlight is, you know, I don't think that the Section 32 was done adequately. I think there should have been a cost and benefit analysis done of other root protection methods, and that wasn't done. The other thing is that Pororua is just about to adopt the 12 times stem diameter method. Manawatu is just about to adopt it. So, you know, the 12 times stem diameter method, which is international best practice, is, you know, is beginning to be in greater use across New Zealand, you know, quite rapidly as international practice is being adopted. And it would be a shame if, you know, Wellington City Council, which is, you know, an environmental leader in best practice, you know, adopts a method which is not in alignment with international best practice to make sure roots of notable trees are protected. I think that's most of the things I wanted to cover. The only other issue was the issue of trees in terminal decline. The term terminal decline isn't an arboricultural term. It's not defined in the district plan either. So to allow the removal of trees which are in terminal decline if they're notable is, you know, potentially risking the removal of quite important cultural veteran trees, you know, which well maybe, you know, hollow and have decay and be falling apart, but it doesn't mean that, you know, they're going to fall over immediately and die, and they're still important cultural, ecological items. And I just highlighted the Plymouth Oak in Wellington, which is clearly in, you know, very, very poor condition. You could say it's in terminal decline, but that doesn't mean that we want to remove it. So I think there's a risk through having the permitted activity rule to be allowed to remove notable trees in terminal decline that, you know, it could be used by an unscrupulous developer to get rid of a tree. My preference would be that, you know, trees in terminal decline, if you are going to have it as permitted activity, you know, there's a requirement to council 10 days notice, and then, you know, to council to get a sign off or something like that. But, you know, preferably, I don't think it should be there at all. I think it should be, you know, all trees. If you're proposing to remove them, they're notable, they should go through a resource consent process. But, you know, but if you are going to keep it, then you do need to define terminal decline in the district plan definitions chapter. And quite frankly, I think that's going to be very hard to do, because trees naturally, you know, reduce in size and develop cavities as they get older. It doesn't necessarily mean, you know, that they're unsafe or they're not valuable. So, you know, it is a potentially contentious issue. And I think that's probably most of the issues I wanted to cover. I noted that there was, in terms of the use of hydrovac around tree roots, there was a proposal to reduce the area that could be used to a maximum of 1 square metre, which is also the case in other district plans. So I'm reasonably happy with that as a compromise solution to the submission I made. But yeah, thank you very much for listening to me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Partridge. As regards terminal trees, I discussed this with Mr. Melville and put to him your point that a big native tree could be in terminal decline but still last another 400 years. And using the human aphorism, we're all in terminal decline, just some further away than others. And he's got a way to think about how you might better capture the concept of being in the tail end of a terminal decline. Have you got any suggestions? Because he made the same point as you have, that it's a hard concept to define, because trees age obviously at different rates, and some last longer than others. And
I mean, quite honestly, I don't think it's really needed. I think it's just slightly superfluous. I mean, why not just go through the process of making a resource consent application if you want to remove a tree that you think is unsafe? And also, you know, we have the emergency works provisions within the RMA. So if a tree is deemed to be, you know, dangerous, you know, then it can be removed under those emergency provisions. So I think the ability already exists within the RMA to cover this potential issue. And really the major issue is danger. You know, is the tree going to fall over and hurt somebody or destroy an important building? And I think that can be signed off through the emergency provisions part of the RMA. I think it's just simply too difficult to try and define it. It's just too, you know, it's a subjective issue, it's an emotional issue, and if it's related to safety, then why not use the emergency provisions of the RMA?
okay, any other questions? Question, Martin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Partridge. I certainly understand what you're saying regarding the root protection area, so no questions on that. In terms of the deceased or terminal decline issue, if the panel was to decide that the permitted activity rule was to remain, and I note your preference for a resource consent, you talked about a 10-day period. Can you just elaborate on that, how you see that would be incorporated into the rule?
Yeah, I mean, some councils have, you know, like I've just been working on the Manawatu plan change, and I think we've got a 20-day notice period there for emergency works required for trees. Other councils have 10-day periods. Yeah, I mean, I don't think personally it's the best way to deal with it, because I still think, you know, there's possibility that, you know, an email could be lost or an officer might not get back to the site in time. But, you know, some sort of 10 or 20-day period where you give notice of your intention to remove the tree because it's dangerous could potentially be a compromise solution.
Yes, the one of the standards which relates to permitted activities for tree removal is certification that a scheduled notable tree is dead or in terminal decline, and it says that certification is obtained by a technician arborist that the tree is dead or in terminal decline, and the council is advised at least 10 working days prior to work commencing. Were you familiar with that?
Is that currently in the proposed plan?
Yes, it is.
I think I did, yeah, notice it. It may have slipped from my mind recently, and that is a good thing. But I still think, you know, it's open to interpretation. I mean, you know, a level 6 qualified arborist, you know, like myself, you know, does work to the highest standards, but nonetheless, you know, whether the Plymouth oak is in terminal decline and can and should be removed, you know, without a process where the public's able to submit and you're able to have like a, you know, an open process of ideas through a process, you know, I still think it's, you know, there's a risk there. I mean, personally, I think the Plymouth oak is in terminal decline, but should it be removed? You know, I don't know if that's a question for me to answer. I think that's a question that people should be notified about.
Just for your reference, it's rule number 3 that's relevant: destruction, relocation, removal of notable trees where the tree is dead or in terminal decline, and that references standard 3 that I just quoted you about certification. I just want to check with Mr. McCutcheon. Did I recall that there was some discussion around the definition of technician arborist? Was I imagining that?
So there were submissions that were made on the qualification and what it encompassed, but no changes were made to the standard as a result of those.
Mr. Spencer was suggesting there should be a list, an approved list.
Correct.
Yes. It was Mr. Spencer, that's right.
So the technician is the level 6, is that right? Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
or equivalent.
The council does already have a list of approved consultant arborists, but they're not currently sorted by the level of qualification. It's more based on, you know, knowledge of that particular consultant's ability to do the job well.
Yes. Is there any link between that list and the district plan?
I don't know.
No.
No, there isn't.
No, and I don't think there's one proposed here, but that's a possible solution, presumably.
Yes, there could be.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Partridge, is if the level of expertise is right and it's backed up by appropriate definition, then presumably you'd be satisfied with the certification process and the timeframe.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I shouldn't think it should be a resource consent process. I don't think there should be a permitted rule for it. But, you know, if it is going to be kept, then, you know, the best thing is for a technician, level 6 arborist, to make that decision. Yeah. I think, you know, with when councils supply lists of consultants who they recommend, you know, there is always a bit of a quandary around, you know, whether they have, you know, sufficient public liability, professional indemnity, you know, and a good track record.
Sure.
So, you know, having the list set up so that it's just around qualification in some ways, you know, gets the council out of that problem of having to certify them as a business, because you're more certifying their qualification.
Yes, I mean, as a permitted activity, the rules and standards need to be certain. We need to understand what's required.
Yeah.
I think that was all from me on notable trees. Thank you.
Any more? You go.
Just for the record, to clarify, in your paragraph 34 of your speaking notes, you are saying about the methodology, that it is actually recommended by the parks manager, and then you say, and yet still will not support adoption of an inferior method. You meant superior method.
I think I was saying even though it had been supported by the parks manager, council was still proposing to support an inferior method, that being the drip line half height.
I think the Commissioner's point is that your sentence doesn't say that.
Yeah.
I think
That's
I think it's missing a knot.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Or
I
has a
apologise for
surplus
that.
knot.
No,
it
I
has
think,
a surplus knot. I read that
I think you're right. Yes, I'm sorry. That
Okay,
wasn't
no,
what was
that's
intended.
just clarifying that.
But it's nice to know you read the notes because they were a bit long and tedious. Thanks for
That's
that.
all right. Thanks for that clarification.
Eagle-eyed Commissioner, because I read it and I didn't see that. I think that's it. That's it from us, Mr. Partridge. Thank you for your contribution again in this context. And as you say, having seen you virtually in Pairua.
Right. Yeah. No, thank you very much. It's been a good process, and also just wanted to compliment Jatakarat, who's just done such a good job in answering all my queries, and probably everyone else's too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will adjourn until 1:30 since Ms. Khan has been rescheduled.
just our submission for Quayside, you've got the invitation out to
Ian, yes, I'm pretty sure he's accepted it as well, so if you pop up on that screen and that screen.
Oh, fantastic.
So you're all together.
Yes.
Perfect.
We'll resume the hearing. Mr. Delasher, is that right to say, Delasher?
Oh, yeah, Delayer.
Delayer.
Yeah. Close enough.
Silent J.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Mr. Leary.
I always get it wrong, and I've employed him for
5 years now. So, yeah.
Gentlemen, you're here for, without your COVID-stricken clients.
That's the one.
For, I understand, for 233 Willow Street. Mr. McCutcheon has recommended that the heritage listing come off.
Yep.
So you seem to be looking the best of good things. What would you like to tell us?
We just really want to reinforce that we don't recommend that this is heritage listed on. We've provided some planning evidence with respect to that, which follows on from the previous time that this building was tried to be listed in District Plan Change 58.
Press the button.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Essentially, the listing for the new within this round of the proposed district plan built upon the report that was done by Wellington City Council as part of Plan Change 58, but provided more history with respect to the architect and the relationship with the Wellington and New Zealand. I suppose the main things we wanted to highlight as part of this is that the building, well, the architect has a strong relationship with Wellington and the area. The building itself doesn't maintain much of that architectural integrity. A lot of it is built out with buildings around the outside and changes to the front facade. And then we'll furthermore state that we've got a resource consent to redevelop the area, including the property next door. So with that, if the building gets demolished and it's listed as part of a heritage item now, we agree with this section 42A report where it doesn't really make sense to list it for it to be demolished and then a plan change required to remove the listing for the new building or the building that's there. It's also, prior to the building being purchased, there was a report done to evaluate the costs and benefits for earthquake strengthening. It was determined that this building was far too expensive to remediate and to bring up to code, and therefore will remain an earthquake risk. And so for these reasons, we recommend that this is not listed as a heritage building.
One of the submitters has observed that the property is on the market. And can you give us any information about that?
My understanding is that the submitters are just basically testing the market for whether it will be able to be sold and made a profit, because they are property investors. But as such, we've got no other information other than they're exploring all options at this point. That would have been a helpful question to ask them, but unfortunately they're not here today.
Yeah, I understand that, but you're the best I can do. Commissioner Lutz, any questions? I have one other. When does the consent lapse that you've already obtained?
I don't have that in my report at the moment, actually. Sorry.
My recollection is that it's about 2 or 3 years old, so it's got a couple of years to run, but we can verify that for an email back to Jazz.
Yes, if you could pass that back through Jazz, please. Because rather than you reaching, I'd prefer to know for sure. Commissioners, any questions?
That's very clear to me. Don't want to prolong things by asking questions.
Okay, that's that one. Next.
Okay, this is where we've got Ian Bowman. That's Quayside this time, I think. So we'll have, I was expecting our client to be here. I haven't got his number on my.
Well, why don't we adjourn? You send out search parties and let us know. Because we are.
I'll see if I can. Oh, Ian Bowman to me.
Yeah.
I'll call him now.
Text him and tell him to log on.
So what's the story?
We're just calling the witness for the thing first, and then I'll show my client.
Okay, we'll adjourn and we'll be ready to start when
Yep.
Yep, perfect. So we can see you now. So I'll hang up the call and I'll just get it sorted on my side.
All right. Thank you.
But that's all sorted. No worries.
Thanks. See you. Bye.
At the end. Sure.
Science progress. Welcome, Mr. Bowman.
Afternoon.
Mr. Leary, how do you want to proceed? We're talking about 115 Brougham Street.
I just have our submitter entering the building, so he should be here in about a minute.
Okay, a couple of minutes is good.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll direct them.
Thank you very much. Maybe you could set the back as well.
That pot plant looks a little desperate. So we'll decorate the room and put one pot plant in here. was here, didn't we?
Yeah, he said it was on Bulcourt Street.
Yeah, okay, he said it was on Bulcourt. He told me it was the building next door to the rest.
Can you hear me, Ian? It's Ian Leary here. Can you?
Yes, I can. Yes.
We're just. Are you comfortable waiting for 15 minutes while we just swap submissions? Because we're still waiting for Matt to turn up.
Sure. Yep. No problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. So.
I'm on.
Okay, so when we now move the order to submission of Wharenui Apartments, and I've got here a representative of the Wharenui company. It's a company share building with a board, and I'll let you introduce yourself as a representative of that board.
Sure, okay. I've got an instruction here to make sure the light is green. So good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for hearing our submission. My name is Annabelle Young. I live in apartment 1C of Wharenui Apartments Limited. It is owned by a flat owning company, which reflects its age, and I'm on the board of that company, so it's not a body corporate. Perhaps say at the beginning that the building is about as old as I am. So if you want some rough idea of when it was built, and the level of upkeep is probably similar to what I need as well, actually. As the shareholders who live, every apartment is owner occupied apart from the one that's occupied by the caretaker. So it is all owner occupied, effectively. The people who live in the building love the building, and they have bought in that building because of the fact that they appreciate the architecture, and just something that comes up regularly when we interview people prior to them being allowed to buy their shares. The owners in the building invest significantly both in the fit out of their own apartments and also in the amount that we all contribute to the maintenance, annual maintenance and long-term maintenance. As owners, we are really concerned about the heritage listing because we figure that it will add to the compliance costs in relation to maintenance that we are already doing. Even where the council agrees with the maintenance steps we're taking and is no problem with what we're doing, we believe, based on other people's experience, that a heritage listing will just add to the costs of maintaining the building as a sustainable heritage building. We are really concerned that the heritage listing may prevent us from maintenance and improvements which are needed to ensure that the building is consistent with 21st century values and expectations. And Ian is going to expand on some of the confusion that already exists in respect of the rules. For example, in respect of we have a routine process of replacing all the windows. So in any month we are replacing some of the windows with like for like. But according to the rules, that's while repairs and maintenance are allowed, that isn't. It's very, very confusing. As a specific thing, I'm not an engineer and I can't judge the engineering. I have to take expert advice on that. But the one part of the heritage document that I can understand, just on my own knowledge, is the components about the social history of the building. It's not clear in that document to what extent the social history of the building has added to its heritage significance. But looking at the ludicrously obscure luminaries who are listed as adding to the social importance of the building, I can't help feeling that someone's just done a quick flick through the history of the owners of the building and then included people who may not have lived there very long, who certainly didn't live there while they were doing something that was prominent. And in fact, in some cases, the listed people, it's quite hard to work out what makes them luminescent at all. Based on the names used in the heritage document, it would appear that almost anyone on council currently, especially the mayor, would actually trigger a heritage listing for their house, whether they owned it or rented it. And I think that we need to really question the level at which the bar has been set for something having social significance. And my own view would be is the council can't be bothered sticking a disc on the front of the building to say it's an important building, then why are they loading us with a heritage listing, which will only limit what we can do? The point has also been made to me by other board members that based on the names that are listed in that social history, it would appear that the heritage report is solely concerned with Pākehā men and has no interest in any other aspect of history in that building. As I say, if a building has a notable social history, if the council can't even be bothered to put a sticker on the outside of the building, they should not be burdening us with costs because of it. And it's not clear in the report to what extent the social history is important. And with that, I'm happy to take questions later, but with that, I'll hand over to Ian.
Mr. Chair, which would you like to ask questions of?
I think we should hear from you first, okay. And then we'll pick up any common questions, and you can decide between yourselves who's best placed to answer them.
Okay, so I'm just going to do a summary of the evidence, which I take as it is as read. The original instruction that we received from, I keep going to say body corporate, but the company I'll refer to them as, was to oppose the listing, and the major reason for opposing that listing was not necessarily the heritage values of the building, but the costs of that would contribute to the maintenance and upkeep of that building and existing programs as outlined already. Through the process, we discussed that with the representatives of the company, and it was decided not to oppose the listing as such, but to ensure that the provisions that related to that building meant that there was a reasonable reduction in the costs of a heritage listing, which falls largely and squarely on the company to maintain that building in future. So part of that, and it also related to the rear part of the site being potentially developed in future. And then my evidence also covers the car deck or car parking areas around that, and whether there should be additional reductions in the area or the specific listings to affect that particular provision. And my evidence therefore identified a couple of questions which changes the nature of that submission. As I requested previously, the submission relief was to remove the building. The relief sought now is to make amendments to reduce that effect or burden of the history of the heritage while maintaining the benefits of a heritage listing to the city and the wider Wellington community. As such, we identified some areas of ambiguity with the particular rules as to what's trying to be achieved, and in particular the maintenance rule, which is, as I mentioned in my evidence, a matter for the current district plan. The definition of what's maintenance and repairs is probably one of the most difficult to interpret parts of the existing district plan. I think this one is probably made more difficult with some of the words in terms of replacement being, if you are replacing like for like, that should be explicitly permitted, and I'm not sure that the current rules achieve that. And that's probably one of the main areas of concerns. And there was some definitions about damage of fabric and abrasiveness. Does it relate to paint, for example, because it refers to surfacing. Is paint a surface? I would think it is. What other methods can you use to scrape off existing paint if it doesn't cause some damage to the external surface of that building? When you sand it back, sandblasting or abrasive, or if you're actually repairing render, as for example, requires that loose render to be knocked off and then repaired in the same way that it was previously. So as this, the words in the district plan currently can be interpreted, that would appear that all that requires a resource consent currently. I think some clarification of the intent of the district plan should be provided. And that was raised specifically in my examination of the concerns of the company. And finally, I was just reference to the carport, which I've just briefly mentioned. And in terms of that, the relief sought is to support the Section 42A recommendation to keep the back of the property clear of the listing. And then our further relief is to make the carport structure clear of that relief, clear of the heritage listing. And lastly, to clarify or consider the definitions of maintenance so that they are clearer as to what's intended, and to reduce the burden on organisations like the company in terms of what their maintenance costs.
Thank you, Mr. Leary. In terms of the definition of maintenance and repair, we've had a lengthy discussion with Mr. McCutcheon about the words and what's intended and how it might be improved. So that's I think he's reflecting on that, and we'll doubtless find out in due course where he's landed on reply. In relation to the car park, I think in his rebuttal evidence, Mr. McCutcheon suggests it remains within the listing, but as a non-contributory building, so that's much more readily altered. Got a view on that?
Well, the particular rule says that to be, if you're doing any additions or alterations, it refers to the carport structure, and it has a limitation of 10 square metre, 10% of the ground level footprint, or results in any additional stories. So just need to check the rules. If it's a non-contributory structure, then alterations are permitted. I need to check that. That would be my response.
Yeah. I was hoping you'd be able to give me chapter address on the effect of that.
Yeah, but Commissioner, I'm not yet at the point where I've memorised these rules, unlike the...
I'm shocked.
So the point about the carport at the back is it's completely separate from the building. Doesn't date, I think, to the period of the building. I'm not sure about that, but that's my looking at it. That's what I think. And the utilisation of the section of the back might necessitate some change to the way the carport's operated. Yeah. So that it is an important thing that they're not treated like they're a venerable structure as old as me.
Well, I'm just reviewing. This is, of course, a response on the hoof, but I'm just looking at P14, which is new buildings and structures, and the policy says provide new buildings and structures within heritage. Well, areas, actually, sorry, this would be on the side of a listed heritage building.
It's the rule you need to go to, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was just looking at the policies just quickly to see if they supported those variations. HS3 is the relevant one.
Would it be quicker, rather than you putting you in that position, Mr. Leary, to ask Mr. McCutcheon to give us a summary of the rules, and then for you to comment on a summary, accepting that you'd reserve the ability to check it after the event?
I think
because I'm concerned that asking you to look it on the hoof, then there's a risk that you're going to miss something in the speed with which you're reading it.
Agreed. And I think that the relevant rule is standard S3, HHS3, which would be the...
So let's go slow. Just ask Mr. McCutcheon to summarise the effect of making it a non-contributory building.
Yeah, so it would take a look at the recommended provisions, because it's set out a bit clearer, but HHR9, formerly HHR5, would allow, I'm not sure what the works that are planned, but you could reduce the footprint of it as a permitted activity. You could increase the footprint of it by up to 10%. as a permitted activity. You could also demolish it as a permitted activity. And that relevant rule for the demolition of the structure or the partial demolition of the structure is HHR2.
And just to be clear, Mr. Captain, that's both partial and total demolition of a non-scheduled building, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
The intent is, because they're not scheduled, they're not of high importance, you can remove them without any regulatory burden.
What's the significance of the contributory building or non-contributory building component? What is?
So the reason that there are still rules related to altering these buildings and structures, so R9, is because increasing them in scale or design or footprint can have impacts on particularly the setting of listed heritage buildings. So it's appropriate that when there's a substantial increase in the size, volume, design or mass of these things, that a resource consent should be followed. But when that mass is being made smaller, or there are sort of reasonable, it's of a reasonable level, i.e. the 10% threshold set out, that can be undertaken as a permitted activity.
Mr. Leary, rather than you torturing yourself to check that, I suggest that you take it on the hypothesis that Mr. McCutcheon's description is of what he's recommending is correct, and I'll reserve for you the option, if having got back to your office and read it at leisure, you find that if there's anything you want to point out to us, you can send, you can advise us of that in writing.
So
just assume that description is correct for the discussion. Does that substantially meet the concerns that you're expressing?
So, Commissioner, even as described,
Yes.
it impacts on our ability, our flexibility to use the site at the back. So the site at the back has been excluded.
Yes, it has.
And but
Well,
the car,
recommend to be
but this yeah, and the car parks are adjacent to that, and it could be that in the development of the site at the back, changes needed to be made to the car parks, and whether that's increasing them, having 2 tiers of car parks, I don't know, and there is no plan at the moment. And you know we've got 40 shareholders, so nothing's going to happen quickly, but and nothing is intended. But the effect is to limit the flexibility to do something decent at the back.
Okay, understand.
Yes, I will take the opportunity that's offered to review the response and come back if there's anything that I need to add. If I'm satisfied or discuss with the client that what I take is that if it's a non-contributory building, it can be partially or totally demolished.
Yes.
The only question I've got is in terms of, and I was concentrating on 2 things, is if it were to be demolished and then replaced, would existing use rights apply to the area of that building or structure, or would a consent be required to substantially rebuild it in another form?
Okay. If you have any further comments, we need them before close business Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine. I'll do it this afternoon, to be honest.
As I say, it doesn't need to be that fast, but like the deadline would be close of business Wednesday. Any other questions? I do have a question, Mr. Young. You said at any given month you're replacing a window. Why are they so?
So yeah, no. So as I said, the building is as old as me, more or less, and they're steel windows. And so the best way to maintain those windows, what we do now is we have spare windows, and the spare windows are remediated, repainted, everything. And then on a monthly basis, some windows get taken out and the spare windows get put in, and the ones that are taken out get re-metalled, everything. And once they're good to go, we replace another set. So on any month, we've got windows coming and going. And it's just a constant process. So by the time you finish 40 apartments, you're back to the start again. And there was a period when we didn't do that. And certainly when the building was initially built, that wasn't done. But now we're at the, what is it? I'm giving away my age here, but over 60 years, the process of replacing the windows is constant. Now the heritage thing says you can do repairs and maintenance, but you can't replace windows. Well, replacing the windows is how we do the repairs and maintenance. And that leaves aside the question, what if we wanted to double glaze those windows? And the view that to make the most sustainable thing to do is to keep the building habitable to modern standards. There's a real argument that we should move to, I don't know, aluminium double glazed, or steel double glazed, or bronze double glazed, bronze triple glazed. But the view that the windows are going to have an impact on the future life of the building, because we'll get to the point where undouble glazed windows are not acceptable. So at the moment, we replace them every month with a like-for-like substitution. So old windows taken out, replica but reformed windows put back in every month.
It's like a continuous maintenance process.
Yes.
Like more or less a preventative. You replace them before they need.
I think some of the people whose windows were replaced would not say it was happening before it needed to happen. There was a period where we didn't do this, but now this is what the board is doing, and we're just working our way around all the windows.
Okay. You go for it.
The windows that you replace the ones with.
Yeah.
Are these windows that at some point in time it just went and got 10 replacement windows for the purpose of replacing, or how that?
I can't guarantee this, but I'm told that some of them came from Broadwater, which
From where?
Broadwater, which was of a similar vintage, and some of the windows were the same shape, and some. So I don't know the genesis of all of them, but it's definitely like for like. And I've been there 12 years, and there's always been these spare windows, but the quite aggressive program of replacing them as fast as we can remediate them has sped up in recent years.
And it's always the same windows that are reconstituted in a way.
Well, it's different windows, because
yeah, but you have what I'm saying is you have a stock of X windows. Some of them are installed, some of them are somewhere in storage.
We have a small number of windows that they're actually not in storage. They're either being remediated or they're being replaced. There aren't any sitting around waiting. Once they're fixed, we put them in and get the next ones out and send them off. They're fixed off site. I mean, we don't have welding and stuff going on site.
Are you still acquiring new ones that
no
add to that?
We're not acquiring new ones, but if you know someone that's got steel windows that are exactly the same as our windows, please let us know, because we just remediate them faster.
So basically, you're on a continuous loop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But is that replacing windows? Not allowed, or is that repairs and maintenance allowed? And what happens when everybody wants to do double glazed?
I understand that. There's just one thing, and that's more to Mr. Leary, with regards to a heritage building and replacing the windows. The heritage values come from the authenticity and integrity of the building, as well as the social aspects and whatever else. And how far do you see replacing windows with other windows? Does that detract from the heritage values, because we are not dealing with authentic materials?
Well, they are authentic materials. It's steel with steel.
I understand the question, so I'll respond to that. From a heritage point, I can't comment because I'm not a heritage expert as such. I'm just a planner who's dealt with many heritage buildings for my sins or graces. I'm not sure which, but obviously that is one of the critical issues that we deal with quite often. We have a situation whereby many clients ask me, well, it looks the same. How is it different? And of course, I understand from the heritage advice that I've had many times that the integrity of maintaining the original materials is something that you strive for generally in those replacements, but can't always be achieved. It's that classic old adage of I put a new handle on my axe and I've put a new head on my axe, but it's still the same axe. The issue of steel windows and wooden materials is that wood rots, metal rusts and must be replaced. Sometimes you can't replace the same profiles because they no longer made or they don't exist, or there's all sorts of things. But the intention generally, in most circumstances, is to try and match as far as like with like, and that's the ambiguity of this process. What requires a consent and what doesn't? And I recognise that that's a difficult situation, but you've got a situation where this organisation is genuinely placing like for like, and that would normally be able to pass the permitted activity test. But I think under the current rules, but under the new rules, I don't think it does. It's my initial opinion.
And then what happens if we wanted to go to double glazing or double glazing and aluminium? I mean, I'll give you another example. We've got a gas boiler about the size of this room, frankly, on the ground floor. And at some point we need to move to something else. Some panels on the roof. Yes, no. I mean, it's just, we're happy to make that decision on the basis of preserving the heritage look and feel of the building. But we're just really conscious if we get to the point where every time we want to do so much as, lighten the shade of paint or something, we're going to need 5 reports, $10,000 each to satisfy the whims of the councillors, or probably actually not the councillors, but the officials of the day. Suddenly everything will be more expensive, and that will just slow down the speed at which we can care for this lovely old lady.
Yeah, I understand that. But in terms of the paint, I remember having Mr. McCutcheon say the paint colour is not necessarily something that they would have an input in.
But do we need to get a report? Do we need to spend $10,000 to get advice that they're not interested in the paint? And I think that's the real worry.
I see your point. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Leary, my questions are to you, and I'm conscious that you're going to come back to us, so I won't try and prolong this, but two issues. The listing itself. So what I've got in front of me is support for the partial removal of the listing as it relates to the back of the property. A further request, in terms of your page 8 on the diagram there, to a further alteration of that to remove the car park from the listing, carport. And then there's some aspects of rules, but my question is to you is if the land occupied by the carport structure was removed from the listing, does the rule framework matter, putting aside maintenance and repair for the time being?
If this is one thing I've got to think about again. I was looking at this before I came here, looking at the rule structure. If you're a and this goes back to the question we were asking before about the non-contributory structure, that would in part be permitted if it was a non-contributory structure, if it's a structure within a heritage, on the site of a listed heritage building. I think that the removal, my initial response, and what I will be coming back on, is I think it achieves exactly the same thing.
Yes, we're not conflating terms here. We're not talking about well, the rule talks about maintenance repair of scheduled heritage buildings and heritage structures. I just don't see. I'm just not sure where the term non-contributory comes in.
Yes,
it doesn't seem to appear in the rule, but Mr. McCutcheon can. That was my question earlier.
The term is non-scheduled heritage buildings and structures, and that comes in the example we talked to before in HHR 9, additions and alterations.
Hang on. Yes.
It also comes in at HHR 2, which permits the total or partial demolition of these buildings.
Yeah, I can see that term non-scheduled, but what's the significance of the term non-contributory?
So that
in a real sense.
So within heritage areas, we have contributing buildings.
Yes.
And we have non-heritage buildings. So
I understand that.
That's not a term.
That you're running using the wrong term.
So what's this? Are we talking about non-scheduled?
We are.
Yes.
Because we've got the issue of that this is not a heritage area, but this is a listed heritage building.
Yeah.
So therefore the rule has to be additions and alterations to structures of a structure that's not on, well, as long as it doesn't.
Scheduled.
I
Not
understand,
scheduled, but
I
on the
understand the
scheduled
issue,
site.
yeah. The term non-contributory is a red herring.
Yes, yes.
My fault.
That's okay, I'm there now. But to answer my earlier question, if the removal, if the car park area land or carport area land was removed, then it's not a scheduled, it's not a, there's no scheduled or non-scheduled building at all on the listing, is there? And what, other than the dwelling itself?
Other than the substantial
dwellings.
apartment
Yeah.
building, yes.
Yes, correct. Okay. Mr. McCutcheon, just a question of clarification. So under HHR 2, partial or total demolition of a non-scheduled building and structure is a permitted activity. No standards. No. And that would apply to if the carport was still in the listing, that would apply to that. So, yep. But under HHR 9, previously R5, the additions or alterations to that carport would be permitted if it was met those 10% standards, etc. But if it didn't, it became a restricted discretionary. Correct. Yeah. That seems strange to me. On one hand, you can demolish the building, but if you're going to add to it in a significant way, you need a resource consent.
Yep.
What's the philosophy there?
So as I explained before, this is because you might get a positive outcome by removing that structure, but you could have adverse heritage effects on the listed building by increasing the scale or form of that non-scheduled building or structure on that site to the point where it reduces the appreciation of the heritage values of that. The thing that you actually want to protect. So that's why there is a framework which enables a level of development as permitted activity, but stepping outside of that requires a resource consent.
But that same framework permits the entire structure to be removed.
Yep. So this is exactly the same as non-heritage buildings within heritage areas. Say there's a 70s building in an 1890s heritage area. Can be demolished, absolutely. But if you were to add 3 stories onto that same 70s building, there might be adverse effects on heritage values such that would warrant regulation.
Sure. Okay. No, thank you for that. My final question, Mr. Leary, was where are we with the maintenance and repair matter? Are you still? Is that still an issue that you need to come back to us on terms of the definition?
I don't understand it. I don't think there's been any clarification of that rule presented to us. I do understand that you've had some discussions, but I'm not privy to what the results of that or whether there's been any recommendations or additions to it.
Based on assuming there are no changes to the rule, what's your position?
I think there's ambiguity there, and there are definite.
And what's the solution?
So I think the solution needs to be more clarity about basically more clarity that a like for like replacement with similar materials, similar appearance is a permitted activity. In this case, it actually specifically says replacement is not permitted. So that's a replacement with exactly the same materials as what we're talking about with steel windows. That would require a resource consent. And what are we talking, an extra probably $10,000–$15,000 to replace a window and that wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that's probably the typical cost throughout the resource consent process of making these types of applications.
Now, Mr. Leary, accepting that there's still a cost, in practice, you'd apply for a resource consent to replace a window on a continuous basis for the whole building in perpetuity, wouldn't you?
That's potentially that's what you could do, though there is a limitation. I would expect of no more than 10 years for any resource consent.
Why? Like it's a land use consent?
Yes,
no,
but you've got to put into effect the matter that.
But you've done that as soon as you replace the first window.
No, it's got to be complete under the Act. You've got to.
Well, depends how you define the activity. Like I've sought and obtained consents on that kind of basis for intermittent activities. Just how you define the activity you're applying for.
I've generally found that to be something that you do under a permit under a regional consent, but I'd need to reflect on whether you could do that on a resource.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's just a potential way to reduce the cost exposure.
Agreed, but
that's what it's all about. I mean, if you're adding to the cost of every window replacement, they're going to happen more slowly and the quality of the building will deteriorate.
And then there are other issues that we've raised in terms of that maintenance, in terms of like the techniques for replacing render and painting and stuff like that, which again could be a like for like replacement. A render does not last forever, particularly when you're in an earthquake zone. Yes.
Just to be clear, our building doesn't move in earthquakes.
Yes.
It's spectacularly good on the earthquakes.
One final question for me, and it's a Section 32 matter. And it's if the making of the carport a non-scheduled item and retaining the listing over the carport is one option, and if removing the schedule over the carport is the other option, and they both give the same outcome, the question for us is what is the most effective and efficient solution. So you might want to reflect that on that in terms of your right of reply, and it's something from Mr. McCutcheon too.
Yes, in terms of cost benefit analysis. Yes, okay. We'll make a note of that.
If I may, I might suggest that if you haven't seen it already, you look at my rebuttal on the issue of maintenance and repair, because it sounds like you might not have had the opportunity to read that. And I think actually with what I'm suggesting, we're not actually worlds apart. So with the benefit of reading that, and when you come back providing a response to the commissioners, that would be the latest version I suggest you consult.
I think that's it for this building.
Thank you. I just say in finishing that this is a building that I'm told that the people who got it designed spent hours and hours and hours together trying to find a way that they can have a building where every apartment has a sea view, every apartment got the sun, and every apartment was a joy to live in. And they've achieved that, and we understand that. And we don't need help to know that the place needs to be looked after as say a lovely old lady.
Certainly impressive from the outside.
Yes, well. Once this process is over, obviously you're welcome to come and have a look at the inside, because it's quite interesting inside.
You don't want your internal listed though.
No.
That's a joke.
Be careful what you ask for.
It's quite interesting because the people who built it had input into it. So you'd think it would be 4 cookie cutters on each floor, but on each floor, some of the apartments have grabbed a bedroom out of another, a neighbouring apartment, and so that it's not identical as you go up the building, but it's the B's and C's are kind of inverses of each other more or less. So it's quite it is an interesting building to go into. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You come?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
You found it.
Yes, yes.
I was there.
You're lost.
Wrong floor, I think.
Bad instructions.
Okay, so is Mr. Bowman there now? Has he been? Here he is. Can we hear him?
I'm not speaking, so
yep.
you may not hear me, but I can hear you.
We can hear you now, Mr. Bowman. All good.
Thank you.
A client for all that drama is not going to make any sort of submission. He's going to rely on the 2 ends to do his work for him. So in terms of the process, I would hand straight over to Mr. Bowman. He's got a prepared statement of his evidence to read out initially.
Well, let's go on that basis then.
So you'd like me to read the entire evidence?
No, your statement of it, your brief summary of your evidence.
My summary, good. I shall just find that now. All right, thank you. First of all, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm a qualified historian, registered architect and qualified built heritage conservator with 40 years experience, including over 30 years giving heritage advice to the Wellington City Council. With respect to the current proposed plan change, in 2020, I was commissioned by the City Council to prepare historic heritage evaluations on approximately 30 historic places and 8 heritage areas. I did not assess either 115 Brown Street or the Porritt Avenue heritage area. In 2022, I was commissioned by the owner to prepare a heritage assessment of 115 Brown Street. Based on the City Council methodology I'd previously used for the historic place and area evaluations, my conclusions with respect to 115 Brown Street are as follows. The building was constructed in the late 19th century as one of many private boarding schools of the period in Wellington. The architect is unknown. It then became the third WYCA hostel in Wellington, after which it became and remains a substantial guest house, one of a number in the area. Apart from the YWCA, none of the owners or occupants are known to be historically significant. No known events are associated with the building. The building has little architectural significance, undergoing many large and small scale alterations, such that there is little remaining evidence of any style, while its scale is significantly larger. The building is not a visible landmark and has no commonality with and is invisible from Porritt Avenue. Given the numerous alterations over time, the building has little authenticity. The building is not rare or especially old within the Wellington region. In summary, I concluded that 115 Brown Street has low historic, physical and social heritage significance such that it does not warrant individual listing. The City Council November 2020 Heritage Schedule Summary Report states that the Porritt Avenue Heritage Area has people, sense of place, continuity, architectural, townscape, group, scientific, age, rarity and representativeness values. The November 2021 Historic Heritage Area Evaluation for the Porritt Avenue Historic Heritage Area concluded that houses within the heritage area are strongly associated with people and organisations that made significant contributions locally, regionally and nationally. The area has significant physical values, including notable architectural, townscape and group values. In Matarangi, Mount Victoria, the heritage area is considered to be rare for the integrity and intactness of the landscape. The heritage area includes an uninterrupted streetscape of Victorian and Edwardian houses. Most are substantially unchanged since the early 20th century. The houses are good representative examples of the Victorian, Edwardian and early 20th century houses that typify Matarangi, Mount Victoria. From my assessment, I concluded that 115 Brown Street is not consistent with any of these values, therefore making no contribution to the proposed heritage area. There is no thematic, historic, architectural or other connection to the proposed heritage area. While access to the building is from Brown Street, it is largely invisible even from it. So I concluded that 115 Brown Street has low heritage values such that it does not warrant individual listing, nor does it have similar qualities to or makes any contribution to the Porritt Avenue heritage area. And that's my summary of my evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I had a question arising out of the discussion of private schools in your evidence. You said at paragraph 24 of your evidence, a number of these schools still survive today, including Marsden and St Mary's. Question for you is, how many survive on their original site? Because I know that Marsden's not on its original site.
I would need to do a bit of research on that. I think also the issue is that it was a private school for probably, well, for a very few years, and it was a boarding hostel for Wellington College. So in terms of private girls' school, it was had that use for only a few years, and something a similar kind of number of years as a boys' boarding school. My understanding is that there were quite a number. I would need to do the research and get back to you on that, but my understanding is pretty common to have houses or buildings built for private schools, given that there was insufficient places at public schools.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Bowman?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bowman.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Lutz.
Two questions from me. If we were of the opinion that we would recommend to take the building out of the heritage area, the building is, and correct me if I'm wrong, still part of the character area overlay there.
That is my understanding, yes.
The relief sought is only to take it out of the heritage area, but it stays in the character area. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding. Mr. Leary might give an answer as well.
Now, there are certain rules and regulations around character areas as well, and they will have an influence on how and what can be done. Is that an issue where you are quite comfortable with? Mr. Leary, maybe you need to answer that. Okay. Mr. Bowman, with regards to taking it off the list, we have heard from submitters, and we have found that ourselves by walking around. There are areas where not every single building will be a contributing building to that area, and they are still kept within the area, because otherwise we would get what we have actually termed the Swiss cheese principle. You will have, if you would exclude buildings that are not contributing to an area, you would get little holes in between, which would be to the detriment of the greater area. Therefore, there is buildings that are non-contributory, but are still part of the heritage area. Do you see any issues with that Swiss cheese principle by taking out Brougham Street from the heritage area that it is in?
No, I don't see any problem with that, because as you described the Swiss cheese principle, it would assume a building that contributes to the Porritt Avenue heritage area would be removed, but in fact this cannot be seen from Porritt Avenue. So visually and historically and physically, it actually has no connection with Porritt Avenue. And I suppose at a loss really as to know why it was considered to be part of the area.
I think my question was more in regards to, if it's not part of the heritage area, then different rules apply to that side. And that is the problem with the Swiss cheese example, because if you have if you're in a zone where you actually can build 18 meters, but you have a heritage area around that, you get suddenly a sort of thumb sticking out in the middle of it. It's less about the heritage values of that building or the contributing factor of that building, but more about having a site within a heritage area that is non-contributory, admittedly, but if you will take the layer off, then there will be different rules, and that will have an impact on the heritage area itself. How difficult do you see that in that particular case of 111 Brom Street?
I suppose a couple of answers to that. One is the character area rules will still apply. I would need to refresh my memory on those. And the other is that if it's proposed for inclusion in a heritage area, it should actually have the values that contribute to the area. But in my view, it actually has no contribution to the heritage area.
Yeah, I understand that. In general, besides that particular building, if you do have a heritage area and there are a couple of buildings strewn in between that are non-contributory, would you suggest that these buildings should not be part of the heritage area and we get a sometimes single property within a larger area that is not covered by the heritage area overlay?
Would you mind repeating the question, please?
If you have a heritage area of, say, 4 blocks in each way, and in the middle of that there is one building that is actually not contributing to the heritage area, are you suggesting that this should be taken off the heritage area and the heritage area just building a circle around this single property in the middle?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'll brief the reasons you're suggesting.
If I may, it might help you answer the question, Ian. Have you got a copy of my evidence there?
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay, I was going to refer you to figure 1 of that evidence, which shows the location of this in relation to the rest of the city. I don't know how I could show you that.
I wonder if you should just hold the question. Like, I think that the Commissioner is asking Mr. Bowman a hypothetical, not suggesting that that's necessarily this case, but on a hypothetical basis, if you had a heritage area and you had a non-contributory building in the middle, not suggesting that this is in the middle, it's actually at the edge, which is obviously a potential distinction. But if you had one with a hole in it that was non-contributory, from your perspective, Mr. Bowman, does that mean that it should or should not be part of the heritage area?
I would consider it should be part of the heritage area, but design guidelines should be applied to it so that if any building was demolished or altered, then it should be compliant with the overall character of the area. Another, again, kind of hypothetical, another possible approach is what Porirua City has done, and is to review all of their heritage listings and compare the intensification rules and what impact that has on each of the listed heritage buildings. And that's a piece of work that I've been involved with. So it kind of resolves the issue that we're talking about here, where if you have, say, a listed heritage building or a listed heritage area, you can conceivably reduce the impact on developments on adjacent buildings through changes in heights and distances of new buildings from boundaries and sun angles and those kinds of things.
Yeah, but that would require a different overlay again, because otherwise how can you in a plan make sure that these, let's call them anomalies, are actually covered? Because if it's part of the heritage area, then everything has the same rules. You would have to introduce new rules to say if there is a non-contributory building, then different rules apply. Is that what you're saying or suggesting?
What I'm suggesting is if you have a non-contributory building, then rules would allow you to alter or modify or demolish that building, provided any replacement or additional change was consistent with design guidelines. I'm not aware if there are design guidelines proposed for this heritage area, but if they were, then I would certainly agree with any modification being consistent with those design guidelines.
Okay, great. Thanks very much for that. That's me.
Any other questions for
Yes,
Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman, Commissioner McMahon here. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. Just a couple from me, Mr. Bowman. In terms of the characteristics of the building itself, you make the point early on in your evidence that it's not warranted as an individual heritage listing. You've looked at the criteria that Wellington City have in their methodology for that. I'm also aware that the regional policy statement, policy 21, has a statement on identification of historic heritage and significant historic heritage where it meets one or more of a list of criteria. Are you familiar with that policy in the first instance?
Yes, they were the criteria we used for the assessment for
Good.
The building that I assessed, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't clear to me that you had used those criteria. You'd referred to Wellington City methodology, but if they're one and the same, that's all that matters. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. The second question is I don't really want to go over it because in too much detail, but because Commissioner Lutz has asked it, but essentially I was wanting to get an understanding of whether the integrity of the heritage area would be compromised by the removal of this particular site. And I think you've probably answered that already, unless there's anything further you want to add.
No, I don't think the integrity will be affected at all if this is not included in it. The various City Council reports have concentrated on the characteristics and values of Porritt Avenue, and none of them apply to 115 Braham Street.
Okay. In your assessments and investigation of this area, are there any other properties within the Porritt Ave heritage area that have similar characteristics to this particular site, or is this a, kind of a better term, an outlier?
This is pretty much a one-off. Because of its scale, it's a very large kind of collection of structures. Its use as a guest house, its lack of visibility from any of the surrounding streets, whereas with Porritt Avenue, they're essentially late 19th century individual houses. Some are single story, some are 2-story. None are nearly as large or as substantial as 115 Braham Street. The reports also state that they have very high level of integrity. Given the huge changes in 115 Braham Street, I can state quite clearly that it's has very little authenticity from when it was originally built in 1890 or 91. So pretty much all of the characteristics that have led the council to suggest the Porritt Avenue area should be a heritage area just do not apply to 115 Braham Street.
Okay, thank you for that. Of those characteristics, is there one in particular that particularly sways you? I mean, you refer quite often to its visibility, and I guess that's an indication of its location, sort of mid-block, if you like, or inside the block. Is that more important than the type of structure, its scale and its size, or are they all of equal value in terms of creating an exemption?
They're all similar value, but I think visibility from the area it is supposed to be included within is pretty important. So if you can't actually see it from the area, it's difficult to see how it could become part of the area. Because of its, all of its characteristics and qualities are so completely different. And on top, you can't see it from the area. So those are the key reasons I'm suggesting that it shouldn't be part of the heritage area.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Bowman. I have a question for Mr. Leary, but should I ask that later? Or
Yes, I think we're ready to go to Mr. Leary.
Yes. So Mr. Leary, and it sort of relates to Mr. Bowman's evidence. Mr. Bowman, in a previous answer, said if the heritage area, if the site was removed from the heritage area, that the character area rules will apply. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding. If you look at that figure 1 in my evidence,
yes,
you can see the location of it. And in terms of that wider, this saves me answering this question anyway, because I was ready to respond to it. You've got the 21 metre zone, which is the area to the south,
yes,
or immediately adjacent to 115 Braham Street. And in fact, it's immediately adjacent south to the other properties that are listed on the western side of Porritt Avenue itself. But the height restriction that applies to areas that aren't within heritage areas are limited to 11 metres.
Yes.
So there is a height restriction, which is my recollection of the result of that character area restriction and not applying the high city code. And the difference between the character area in the heritage area is the character area is not necessarily a specific heritage fabric rule, but more a design outcome rather than a heritage protection rule. So there are quite different parameters that would apply to the construction of new buildings within a character area so that they suit and protect the heritage of buildings within the vicinity rather than protection of things like heritage fabric and material.
Yes. That's interesting. When I first saw that plan, I thought the difference between the orange and the yellow was a delineation between the high density residential and the medium density. I didn't think that was a character, and I'm just wondering.
That was my presumption, to be honest.
Yeah, if you bear with me, I just wonder if the submission is opposing inclusion of this property in the heritage area as notified, how could it be both in the heritage area and the character area? That's my question. And I wonder if Mr. McCutcheon could just quickly give us.
There are a lot of examples. Moya Street's got a complete overlap. While we're talking to Mr. McCutcheon, I've got this open in front of me. It looks to me, Mr. McCutcheon, that although in the E-plan, if you punch in 115 Broome, it says it's in the character precinct. The mapped area of the character precinct appears to go around the site, so it's not within it. So which is the case? And
I mean, the outcome's the same, whether it's in medium.
no, but like it's not clear on the face of the E-plan whether it's within or without the character area.
Yes, agreed. The mapping does look intriguing. As far as I understand, it is intended to be included within the character precinct. And I think why the maps might show it this way is because there's legal access to the property off Broome Street that is included within the character precinct. So therefore, I think it's then being tagged to medium density. But the character precinct boundary, quite as has been pointed out, skirts around the outside of the property. I think the most imminent way to get some certainty as to whether it should have been in or out will be through Mr. Patterson and his right of reply on the character precincts.
I wonder if we could entrust you, Mr. McCutcheon, the job of consulting with your colleague, and so that he gives us a clear answer, because at the moment it seems to me the different arms of the E-plan are giving different answers.
Certainly, I can find out.
Not a satisfactory position.
Albeit that the regardless of what you apply, the 11 metres seems to prevail, whether it's MDR or character.
So yeah, because it's 11 metres, that leads me to believe that it was intended to be included within the character precincts, because otherwise it would have been 21 metres.
Okay.
And I also note, I think I did so in my rebuttal, that the officer recommended extent of the character precincts clearly includes this place within the character precinct.
So
I will consult with Mr. Patterson.
And just answer just in terms of the earlier discussion, can an area be both in a character precinct and a heritage area?
Correct. So there, as the chair has pointed out, there are lots of properties that are either included both within a character precinct and a heritage area. And in some cases, particularly within Mount Victoria, where a number of heritage areas within the medium density residential zone have been included, there might be one or two properties that are on the edges of the heritage area and are included within a character precinct, but not within the heritage area themselves.
And that was intentional?
Yes, so that there hasn't been an intentional move to remove places from the character precinct if they are also within a heritage area, but it is a matter which you may wish to consider.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Leary? I think we've asked everything we want to ask on the way by, haven't we?
There is, I've just spoken to my client after listening to this. He would like to make a brief statement. I've just got one more, a couple of other points that I just wanted to finish off as well, which before we finish our submission.
My name is Matthew Wright. I'm a property investor. I'm responsible for looking after this property. I live in the area and grew up in the area. We own a number of buildings in Broome Street and just around the corner in Ellis Street. Most of our buildings are character buildings. I love the buildings. I like the weatherboards and the bay windows and the sash windows. Most of our properties face the street and they fit in with the character of Mount Victoria. And I would never do anything to those buildings to alter them. I'm very happy with them just the way they are. I think this building is quite different in that you can't see it virtually at all from the street. A lot of the original features have been removed, extended. The balconies have been closed in, the windows have been changed. It's got an extension, an asbestos roof. It's just undergone significant transformation since it was built. So I just think it's a bit of an anomaly that it was included in this area. When I look back at the original documents from the City Council, it was originally called Porritt Street Heritage Street. At some later stage, about a year later, it was renamed to the Porritt Heritage Zone, and then this property in particular was specifically added to it. It wasn't there originally, so I'm not sure what made it be added to it, to when it wasn't supposed to be originally. If it could be seen from the street, if it fits in with the area, I'm very happy with my other buildings to preserve them and keep it with the fitting of the area. There's virtually no visibility standing at Broham Street. It's like a postage stamp, basically, what you can see. You can see a barge board on the building that's virtually invisible. If you go to the Porritt Ave or Porritt Street, I'm not sure what it's called at the back, there's just no visibility of the building whatsoever. So I just think it is it shouldn't be in the area. We have built. I live in the area. I have a house that's built nearby, which is it's still in the character area. So when we built our new house recently, it's still under construction. We still did have to comply with constructing a building that fits in with the area. It doesn't give you free rein to build a 6-story apartment building or anything like that there. That wouldn't fit the area. So we're happy with whatever may happen there in the future to fit in with the suburb and blend in with the other properties. But we just didn't want to get into a situation where we couldn't do anything with the building, we couldn't maintain it, we couldn't replace things on there with significant cost. And if at some stage in the future someone does something to it, that it's just more difficult and challenging, basically.
Thank you. Mr. Leary, any final comments?
No, I think he did it. There's a building on construction on this site on Brom Street. I presume, have you been on site as yet? Or you will go and inspect it. So it will be apparent to you that the connection is reduced from Brom Street when you look up the driveway into the site from Brom Street as well. So there's a modern building in that front of the site, which you will see that is complete, or was nearly complete.
It's actually on the Ellis Street, so legally, and this may have some issues with why the maps are confusing.
Yes, sorry.
There's 2 street addresses, 61 Ellis Street, 115 Broham Street, and on the City Council rating information and their plan, it's been combined into one parcel of land, one rating account. There's actually 2 separate certificates of title for these properties. Yeah. There has been a new house constructed in the zone that it was subject to the character rules to fit in with the area. From Ellis Street.
Which number on Ellis?
61 Ellis Street.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Thank you very much. That's now we're Cam's back for.
On Carlton Gore Road. Yeah. We've just got David on.
Right, thanks. Oh, thank you. Well done. David on screen.
Yeah. We're going to say something. Keep that company. Hi, David, can you hear us?
G'day, yes, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Walmsley. Welcome to the district plan hearings, Mr. Layer. We have your evidence. We've talked about this at some length with Ms. Stevens, Council Reporting Officer, about the way her recommendations have gone as to the edge of this view shaft have come towards the central city and then gone back out again. So we'll invite you to talk to us about your view of the matter.
Well, generally we support the recommendations in the Section 42A report, which reduces the view shaft back to Oriental Parade. This would have essentially removed the view shaft from 1 Carlton Gore Road, which is the relief sought for our client. But it's just a little bit confusing to see how we've got to that point where it was first implemented or overlaid to 1 Carlton Gore Road, where view shafts have not necessarily been a matter for residential areas, seen as the only standards apply to the central area zones typically. And the termination points of these view shafts are very compared to the operative district plan and the proposed district plan as well, which begs to question how these termination points have been determined.
Now, on the basis that Ms. Stevens' thinking is has evolved and we're a long way from reaching a landing, step back and tell us what you think should be the answer and why, as regards the termination point of this particular view shaft.
Well, yeah, I stated in my evidence that it extends far beyond where the termination point of the proposed district plan is. So once again, I don't know where that would be terminated. My suggestion would be back to the central area zone where the standards apply and not over the harbour and into the residential zone.
It'd be a matter of scope that it wouldn't apply in the CMA in any case.
If there's a case where that needs to be split away from the coastal marine area as well, you know, maybe there has to be a separate zone. But
on the other hand, there's not much risk of anything being built in the CMA.
No, but it does extend. No, you're right. But it also does go out to Soames Island with a different view shaft. So if they are planning to do anything there, is that a matter for Wellington City Council to address it out? I don't think so. But you know, that's
putting aside the CMA issue. I think we're all in agreement there.
Yeah.
What we need to understand is what is the logic for ceasing it at the edge of the central city zone and not extending it beyond there to the CMA? What can you point to in both the operative plan or the proposed plan that would support that stance?
That the view shafts, as they currently are in the district plan, are a central area rule, not a residential area rule. And
that chapter 13.
Chapter 13, currently under the operative plan, and I don't think that the intention of these new view shafts is to vary from that.
Now, on the basis that it has been suggested, Ms. Stevens has suggested that some of the view shafts should extend into Oriental Bay / Roseneath. What's your view? Like, we understand your opinion as to that it should stop at that, but assuming that Ms. Stevens convinces us that there is a case to control to some extent on view shaft grounds development on Roseneath, e.g. because the focal point is the point. The focal point is the point. Yes, a
very good.
A poor pun, but the afternoon's wearing on. And point the two focal points are Point Jerningham and Point Horswell. That her logic is that therefore anything that could be built that would obscure views of those focal points is an issue in terms of the viewpoint. That's as I understand the logic. What's your response?
Well, this is the viewpoint.
Well, yeah, the view.
Yeah, it is that it is a built form. The area that people are looking to is the built area of Point Jerningham. It's not a natural character area, and this is not the highest point within that view shaft as well. There are buildings above or well above the height of our site, so we would be still building below existing buildings at the end or the edge of that view shaft.
the wider Wellington area is used to send development along hillside areas and points like this as well. It's not uncommon.
Commissioner McMahon, do you have any? So I'm sorry, we go back a step. We interrupted you, and so when we haven't given you a chance to actually present your case before we launch into questions, I apologise for that. Is there any, like you'll obviously see, we're grappling with the issues. We're well underway to understanding what we think the issues are. Although we have equally obviously haven't reached a landing on what the answer is. Is there anything you want to say in intro before we carry on asking you questions?
I think we've covered it. We're hitting the main points where we are.
And probably the main point that we're making is that the Section 42A officer in respect to this particular case is in agreement.
Well, may for a moment in time may have been in agreement. Commissioner McMahon, any other questions?
I think the only other question, Mr. Leary, that I've got is that this was an initial submission seeking the removal, well, whatever happened to the rest of the view shaft, that one Colton Gore Road wasn't included. Sorry, Mr. Talea. Was there any further submission to the Wellington City Council's own submission?
No, I don't think there was.
Are you aware of the submission I'm referring to?
No, sorry, I'm not.
Okay. Wellington City Council lodged their own submission seeking to change the introduction to the view shaft chapter to make it to refer to not only the central city zone and the waterfront zone, which was previously the central area, but also to, I'm just going to have to get Stephen's assistance with this, a control area, or what was the term?
What was the term of art?
Term was originally a view shaft control area, I believe.
Did
I realise it was unnecessary?
Yeah,
for an extra overlay.
A view shaft control area. So the two zones are self-explanatory. The view shaft control area, as I understand it, would have gone beyond those zones. And the recommendation from Ms. Stevens is that she wasn't enamoured with the concept of the view shaft control area, but felt a better way of doing that was to actually list out the zones to which the view shaft would affect. So there were five additional zones, the two residential zones, the education zone, special purpose education zone, the open space zone, and
the town belt zone as well.
The town belt zone. A further change recommended by Ms. Stevens is to, in the rules, where there's in the left-hand column, the term all zones is added. So we've had a long discussion with Ms. Stevens on the scope and vires of that, and she's going to reflect on that and come back to us. But you didn't pick that up?
No, we didn't. No. Yeah, we've read a lot of submissions, but not that particular one.
Yeah.
Do you want to make any comment?
Well, can I just get clarification as to what the Section 42 officer's report is still in respect to this particular site? Is it still that the view shaft be removed from, so that it doesn't affect the subject property?
No.
So there isn't a change, or there is a change?
There is a change.
Well, then we would think that, we'll reiterate the fact that if you were to put a view shaft restriction on this property, I'll expand on what I was talking about before. There is a massive apartment building that's significantly higher than this particular property.
I think everybody in Wellington knows there's an
Correct, we
apartment
do.
block over this particular property.
So therefore, any addition and alterations to this particular building are always going to be below the height of that particular structure. And therefore, the impact of that view shaft is rather nonsensical if you were to limit the height of that, given the development of that area. And of course, Point Gillingham apartment that looms above all of those. So I would think in terms of a design outcome, then that would be folly in terms of the limitations.
If I may, Commissioners, I would just check that you've read my supplementary evidence where I have sought to enable development up to the maximum height limit for the zone for the property. So whilst extending the view shaft overlay back over the property to the focal point.
Sorry, we misled you. Ms Stevens is right. The combination recommended is extend the view shaft but provide it as a permitted activity within the view shaft for the permitted height in the zone.
And I believe that would be acceptable.
Any other?
No, that was all. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification, Steve.
I didn't realise it's been updated.
Yeah.
I think we're good. Thank you, team. Mr. Walmsley, sitting observing from a distance.
Thank you.
I think we'll call it a day and have a break for afternoon tea and before we hear from Tapu-te-Ranga Trust. Thank you for attending and for your contribution over a series of properties.
We'll be back, unfortunately, or fortunately, one or the other.
representatives of the Tapu-te-Ranga Trust? Pull up a pew.
Yes.
You're very welcome. Over to you.
Tēnā koe ngā ai te chairman i ngā komihana o te komiti nei. Kei te mihi ki tō tātou mana whenua. Ko ngā te tōrangatira. Me te ātio a Taranaki whānui. Kei te mihi kia rātau. Rā ko tātou kingi Māori ko kingi tiheitu. Pōta tau te whiro te tuawhitu. Rire hau pai māriri. Thank you, Sir and Commissioners, and to the Council officers for setting this meeting up. And as you can see to the right of me, we have two of the trustees of Tapu-te-Ranga Trust, Paul Eagle MP and Papawa Ora Porter Samuels. And ko Gable Tūpaua Hau, I'm one of the officers of senior officers of the trust, and I've been asked just to open up with our the placement of Tapu-te-Ranga Marae's ko tawa te mainga ko manua kari o te puna, ko Raikawa moana te moana ko ngā hau e whā ngā waka, ko Tapu-te-Ranga te hapu, ko Hirini te tangata ko Tapu-te-Ranga Marae. And so as hinted in that PPH, the marae situated in Island Bay by Kawakawa. For people to gather and hui and to hold tangihana and to learn about what it means to be a Māori in Wellington City. We've had throughout the decades support from mana whenua, including the Wellington Trust, Te Ataua Taranaki Whānui and Ngāti Tōrangatira Kaumātua Council for the marae, but also for the urupa and the development of a papakainga or noho kainga, which is the work we're undertaking now. And so we come forward to the 2019 June fire, which claimed all of the marae and our noho kainga, and with support from the community through donations and others such as Manawa Karioi, which came out of our vision for afforestation of roughly 50 acres of land up there with native bush, and also from the Sisters of Compassion. We continue to build on the vision that was set up by its founders. And so we are making progress with our government partners, including the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Te Puni Kōkiri, and also our close partners, Wellington City Council and the City Mission. The two kaupapa that we have in mind is the rebuild of our marae, but also the rebuilding and expansion of our noho kainga to accommodate those who need housing in the city, but also for those of us who want to return to the marae, being the whānau or the hapu of Tapu-te-Ranga Marae, to help rebuild the marae itself. And so this is where Paul and Papawa come in. We do have apologies from other trustees, including the chair, Faith Tupou, the council appointed representative, who was appointed by the former Mayor Andy Foster, and that's Glenda Hughes, and also Ross Davis, who also serves as the director of BGI. So Pari Nee Stewart, known as Pari Sinyazi, is also on the trust board. So we do have apologies from them all, but the aspirations of the whānau is to continue the dream by building this marae as a place for Wellington City, as an icon for our community to enjoy and use. So with that in mind, in the interest of time, I'll pass it on now to Paul Eagle.
Kia ora, team. It's great to be here. And look, I'm just going to add to what Gabriel has said, and can acknowledge you all for this process, and Papuai to my right, and other trust board members. Look, I just want to add a couple of things. I've come onto this board along with others to really say, hey, look, let's reset. So we've talked about the mission and vision of the late Bruce Stewart. We've got the whānau's aspirations firmly as the foundation, but we've done a lot of work in the last couple of years, probably 3 or 4 years now, looking at taking our time to look at everything on the site. So if we look at the land holdings and we look at some of the purpose usages and just, people like Manawa Karioi and their intentions and their kaupapa, we've been mindful and respectful to say, okay, let's reinforce that kaupapa which aligns to this. And so there's been quite a bit of work. We haven't moved at haste on purpose because there's the devil is in the detail, and the process is really important. We have started that role in terms of a master plan for the site and some of the other objectives there that are laid out in the handout. But we've pursued the master plan with the same process, patience with the process, and we've had the Ministry of Urban or Housing and Urban Development, work with us and the Wellington City Council, because we don't want to repeat those errors of old, if we can call them that. We want to get this right, and so we come here really today to reinforce that the work program has been thorough, and we're still making the odd mistake, not on purpose, but when you've got the trust board, a whānau group, and just a passion to get this done quicker, it's just balanced out with dealing with central government, local government processes, and making sure that we bring everyone along. So the key words there are process and patience in terms of making sure we achieve the mission statement there, but it's been done in a respectful way. So look, some of these things are taking a lot longer than what some of us would have liked, but it is the right thing to do. And one sector or stakeholders that haven't been mentioned as we're mindful of is the local community. It's in the heart of Island Bay. It's a community that's not shy to have a say on a few things these days. So we certainly don't want the objectives of this trust to become an agenda item on the local residents association. Far from it. We want it to be, if they can be part of the process. There is a strong environmental concern that they've expressed, but also just decent early communication around what's been happening. So I'll leave it there. Papuai, you want to say anything?
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Kia ora whānau. Oh, good everybody. Just thank you for this time to let us talk to our submission. I just wanted to reiterate what both Paul and Gabriel have been going on about, which is we do have aspirations, and it is about living Māori. So we are trying to marry up all the different rules and regulations around that. Not only is it trying to set up the marae and live Māori, but it's also making sure that we're following rules and regulations. So a lot of the learning over the last couple of years have been, how can we do this better? How can we do it following all the rules? And so, of course, that's a lot of time within the whānau and within the community, making sure we do get it right. So that's mostly my job, is just making sure that we put it into play and get these systems and processes in place. Yeah. Not much from me.
No.
And just in closing that, we want to acknowledge the tākai here and the work done by former councillor Jill Day. And I was privileged to witness the occasion of that MOU agreement with Mana Whenua and Council, and which was closely followed by the Tupiki Ora Māori strategy, which we're part of as well. So really, as Tapu-te-Ranga Marae, we want to remain in the district plan as we have in previous years. We enjoyed our heritage listing. And what does that look like moving forward with the remnants of the first whare that was built, and the intention of whānau to rebuild that over the next few years? What sort of support mechanisms are in place? We do pay rates on what we regard as reserve, because it's all trees. So how can we work with council and local authorities to make things a lot smoother, but also to support us moving forward on this this vision, this moemoe of Tapu-te-Ranga Marae? Kia ora koutou.
Thank you.
Te mea tuatahi nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, mo tō whakaaro, kōrero whakahirere ki Wellington a tātou i tēnei ahi ahi. He pātai tā. Thank you, whānau, for coming along. Just a couple of things from me. Whereabouts are you on your journey of re-establishing the Papa Kainga? So have you got like resource consent? Are you in design? Where are you with regards to that journey?
We're in the design stage at the moment, just in the final stages of having that master plan for the Papa Kainga. But we haven't gotten into the detail about the marae placement itself, because even making sure that we follow tikanga and getting that correct too. So it is a drawn out process. And, you know, just like how it says, our whānau has a saying from Koro Bruce, which is, you know, those who build the house are built by the house. And that's what we're finding very much so, is that we are building processes and systems at the same time as learning how to build the house itself. So we are at the final stages of design for Papa Kainga, but the detail for marae hasn't been looked into yet, but we know the general placement of the land.
We're going to say something.
Well, I might be, yes, that's right, but we're still consulting on the final concept plans, if you'd like. But also there is, in full transparency, we can't build everything. So we do have to go through this process of elimination. We might not be able to have this many whare. And so sort of what are the drawbacks or the trade-offs? Maybe in 10 or 15 years time we can add extra whare on. So there are those challenges in making decisions towards the Papa Kainga.
And just to add, that's the purpose of the master plan too, is then to look at maybe stages, and then just to add to the Papa Kainga will be the housing type. So looking at, we had early discussions about being a community housing provider, CHP, versus just getting some clarity around what types of houses would we put on site, who would manage them, build them, how would we fund them. So a lot of these conversations are happening now.
The only other question I have is, on the whole, when I read your submission, you're very supportive of the existing provisions within the plan. One of the suggestions that you had was to add on a bit about enabling future development in one of the provisions, and one of them talked about urupa. I wasn't even aware Matua Bruce was buried up there. So now that I know there is an urupa or a cemetery up there, are there plans to make that a wāhi for broader whānau, or is it what's the and is that, where does that, is the council aware that that's there? I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
So
that kind of changes the land use a little bit.
Yeah. So we got special permission. I was deputy mayor of the city at the time, and but the decision, by the time the decision was made, the mayor was back. But they did ask, the whānau asked for permission, and that permission was granted by the health authority at the time. But that's the sort of thing we've got to work through with the master plan too, to respect the site, but also, I mean, there are other special sites like a spring and other things too, but it's a good kōrero to have around what role that will have.
Just also further to that is, we did work through there's a unique provision of legislation.
Yeah.
And I think there might be only a couple of others within the region, one being, I think, Jean Puketapu out in Wainumata, that were able to work through that provision. But yes, we did have wide support, including from the Wellington Trust, the chair at the time, Uncle Maury Love, and also from the runanga of Tapu-te-Ranga. And so when they wrote that, the letters of support, of course, in Te Ao Māori, it's not just that's a one-off. So we're happy for you to do that and continue moving forward as an urupa. So that's a kōrero I think we've had, isn't it, as a whānau, in terms of that's another process, to the Māori Land Court under Te Tiruri Whenua Māori. And so as we come towards our wānanga coming up in July, we're going to probably look at some of those options of which parts of the whenua will we, whether it's an urban marae, are we going to trigger through the Māori Land Court, or which parts of the whenua do we remain general whenua? Because all these years, these 30, 40 years, it's been general land and trust as a charity. It hasn't been a Māori charity per se, but the purpose is to serve the interest of Māori and the community.
So can I just clarify, you were looking, is it more about our aspirations for having urupa? At the moment, it's
for extending the current urupa. So what the aspirations of the trust are with regards to providing for future mate. I suppose is the best way to describe it.
Yes. So those that live on the whenua at the moment, so those are the descendants of Bruce Stewart. They have said that they would like to be buried there. Not everybody from the whānau would like to be buried on the whenua there. The others that have been buried have been in ashes. So it is a matter of space, because that's one of the finer details that we're looking at with the master plan. At the moment, it's right next to a car park and a driveway. And now that we've had ecologists on site, we now see that it's also next to waterway. So it's like we're working within really fine constraints. So we're finding that we need to be really creative in how we approach everything. So yes, we would like to extend the urupa, but of course it's being respectful. We don't want our loved ones lying somewhere that's inappropriate. Yeah.
Totally. And the only other question I have, which is outside of the plan, but it's relevant. The relationship that you have with the neighbouring property owners, if we were to, so taking the residents association, former residents association aside, would you say that it's a positive ongoing relationship on the whole with people who live, proximate to the trust land?
Yeah, some of the neighbours came out and helped when we had the marae DIY. And some of them we invited out, was it just before Christmas? We had a hangi, a catch up with our community, and some of the neighbours were invited to that. So we do try to keep them abreast of what's happening. We can always improve in that area, but I think as we get towards more solidified plans and partnerships being locked into place in terms of funding mechanisms, then I think that's where we'll trigger our stakeholder management plans with our neighbours and our community. Yeah.
Good point.
That's well said. Yep. Any other questions? No? Not from me either. Thank you very much all. Appreciate your time and your contribution to our process. Very well. Ms. Cadenhead.
I've got a PowerPoint which hopefully will pop up in a second. Is a pointer, I can just use my finger.
Over to you.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. There's two topics in our submission that are relevant to the stream. The Tyers Stream Dam is a heritage structure and line of significance. Oh,
The green light on?
yes, it is, but that's probably better. Yep. So two topics in the stream, line of significance to Maori and Tyers Stream Dam. Tyers Stream Dam, like it's a bit of a no-brainer really. It's you've got a whole report on it. We support its inclusion. This aerial shows you where it is in relation to Tyers Stream. This aerial also shows the red bits are the lines of significance to Maori, but they're also the water pipes because the line of significance follows the stream and the red bits come up as piped and the blue bits come up as open water. So it actually shows both. That's the face of the dam. And sorry, that's the looking straight at the top of the dam.
Can you point out where it is? Because I was.
The dam is that shown up? That's a piece of the concrete just there. The top of the dam is.
I see.
Sorry, at the top of the dam is.
Like I was studying this and saying.
I'll do a line of dots across the top face of the dam.
I can see it now.
Yeah, across there, if they've shown up.
Yep.
It's somewhat hidden by all the vegetation. That's when you're standing at the bottom of it. And it's a bit like the Denniston Plateau in that it feels like no one's ever been there. You can only get there to this place by walking up the riverbed. You can get to the top by going through private property and then along an old four-wheel drive track that was presumably put in to build it. But there's a lot of metal work and debris about. But it's a very interesting spot.
How high is that dam crest?
I think it'll be in your report.
Like it looks.
15 metres or something like that. But don't quote me. It's in your report.
Right.
It's not enormous, but it's big. And that's, we support it. Like, I can't imagine anyone objecting because it would be terribly difficult to take it away. And why would you? It would make a terrible mess downstream and Oh, we're also planting at the top of it. If you see those cabbage trees right at the top, not cabbage trees, the flax right at the top, that's the area one of the areas we're planting, putting in a kahikatea forest in there because the dam's filled up with sediment and it's always wet and it's beautiful soil. Line of significance. We also support this, and it's not Tyers Stream Group's place to propose rules or outcomes for lines of significance to Maori, but what we'd like to do is to show some of the things that are happening in the catchment that may not be considered, and like I said, it's not our place to say whether they are appropriate given the purpose of these lines of significance, that basically they follow the waterways. So that's showing you where Tyers Stream is, and the green area around it is the reserve, and the other red lines are all lines of significance and they follow the waterways. This one shows you the red bits are the piped bits, they're also the lines of significance, and the blue bits are the open water. One thing to note is, if you can see it, is Kim Street. In fact, it's easier back here. Kim Street is just there. Did that show up? There. I can't tell if I'm making a mark.
Oh, is it within that circle?
It's then pointing.
Yeah.
Kim Street is just here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just about to show you some pictures of it. This is whatever you want to call it, Coco, and the main tributary actually goes up here, which you'll be able to see. We were surprised that the line didn't follow the main tributary, which is this one here, rather than ending here in Kim Street. But like I said, it's not our place to say. So here are some of the issues. This is Kim Street, just above where the road ends, due to a large house being built at the top of the catchment. One house, horrendous erosion. You can walk up there, it's public land, there's a public strip access up to Kandala Park. Here's another picture and you can see these are some of the stormwater inlets from individual houses and properties. And there's a lot of them up there. And actually the stream is now undermining this new house's driveway due to all the stormwater that's pouring into it. Another example of poor stormwater management, this is the wastewater pipe that runs along through the stream and it's being eroded. I did put in as extra evidence a recent Wellington Water report on the wastewater pipe, and they said it's high risk, and it's, no one's going to argue with that. It's high risk. So, you know, stormwater management has to manage things like this pipe. So we don't want more stormwater put into the catchment because there are going to be more and more problems. Another example of some poor stormwater management, that was a bit of a flood, but not a huge flood. And underneath that water is a wastewater pipe. You know, pretty precarious. Here's another example. The wastewater pipe's way too low and the stormwater management managed by the district plan is totally inadequate for the catchment and what's happening in that catchment. And there's no plans to replace this pipe because it's relatively new at 1975. And they did say that if they get a major break, they'll have to reroute it, which out of Tyers Stream, out of the gully in that report. We also get low water levels because the water's not being absorbed by the land and then slowly being released into the stream. So that's a problem too. And we're losing our beautiful big chippies. The drinking water supply is also inadequate, or not inadequate, it's precarious. So when it bursts, which it does on a regular basis, it takes out washes out cubic meters of clay straight into the stream and causes this sort of mess. And this is wastewater, i.e. sewage leaking straight into the waterway. Wellington Water have taken out this tree and they have fixed this leak for the 4th time. So we are hoping this latest fix will be a fix. The smell is horrendous and it's straight into the stream. And once again, we're not against infill housing or more housing in the catchment, but you have to sort these problems out before you put more housing and more sewage, wastewater into it. And if you notice on the right-hand photo, the girder that's holding up that wastewater pipe, you can put your fingers through it, it's so rusty. Like it could be a heritage structure, it's so, yeah, in its strange sort of way. We had sewage fungi growing, and that's a 1970s problem when they put wastewater from freezing works straight into streams, and we had it in Tyers Stream. It was truly disgusting. This was after the water had cleared and the fungi was still there. It was truly disgusting. Removal of vegetation on proposed SNAs right beside the stream, you get more sediment in it. We want those SNAs back in our stream catchment. This one was a shocker. The existing district plan says you have to be 5 metres from a stream bed to build, or you have to get a resource consent and permission. Now, these people did this work without a resource consent, and when we asked the council, well, what are the conditions, because we could see this happening, and they said, oh, there's no consent because we didn't know the stream was there. Now, they reckon they fixed the problem, but that was, yeah, And the Greater Wellington pollution people did come and get them to haul all the clay and muck back from the waterway. So that's the end. So basically, if this is a line of significance, and it's, like I said, it's not our place to say, then we would rather, we hope these things are not appropriate. Well, yeah, given the aims of these lines. Yeah, some more worse than others. I think the sewage going straight into the stream is, yeah, truly appalling. But I'm happy to try with any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Canehead. Commissioner Faulkner.
So, thank you for that. So just for clarity, so that I understand what it is you're seeking, or what it is you're suggesting. So are you suggesting that the area of significance to Māori should be extended beyond, well, you think it would fit to extend it beyond Kim Street, to include Tyers?
Well, it doesn't.
Because I just didn't understand what it was you actually.
Okay.
I understand you're saying it's not your place, but if you were asked for advice, what would your advice be?
Yeah, I'm trying to be diplomatic, and it's
Yeah. Let's not be diplomatic. Let's just yes.
This is where the line goes now, up Kim Street, which is that horrible eroded mess.
You're talking about a line for a site of significance, for areas of significance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes up here under the blue. You can see a wee bit of red here, and it ends here. Now we suggest that you take it, you keep it there, keep it all the places you've got it, and take it up here to Mount Kau.
Okay. Which it looks to me like there is the blue line going up to where your fingers were.
But the blue line shows where the water is. It's the red line that's the significance to Maori.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That one. So you
Oh,
see,
okay.
this
Yes.
one, it just goes up Kim Street.
Yeah, I'm
The
with
blue
you.
line comes up here,
Yeah.
and the blue line's the most, it's where all the water is. It's the big tributary. Kim Street is a tributary,
Yeah.
but there doesn't seem any logic why you didn't include the main.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I understand what you're seeking.
We're not seeking it because I don't think it's not our
No.
place to seek it.
What,
We
yeah.
can suggest that.
What you're
Yeah.
what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
But given that that's an existing waterway, the stream that you're talking about, are there not enough provisions both within the natural resources plan and the district plan to address the concerns and issues that you have?
No, I don't think there are.
So the water quality issues, the issues around the health and well-being of the streams and lakes due to the pollution.
But there's too many outs. Now, I'm not a planner, and we're a voluntary group and a small one. But it's all a bit, there are too many excuses and outs and just ways to get around it. The problem in the catchment of Tyers Stream is it's not big developments. It's a lot of small developments. A lot of putting hard surfaces on more and more areas, new roadways, like the mess in Kim Street. It's just one house. So they should be having to collect their stormwater, stop these peaks and troughs, put it to ground. Like there are other people far more skilled at this stuff than I am, but you can't just put a pipe from your downpipe in your driveway straight into these streams. It's just, you just can't anymore. Maybe if there'd been one house, sure, but there are too many now. It's causing a lot of problems. And if you had climate change on top of that, and building within 5 metres of waterways, it's way too close for numerous reasons. Like being able to, you imagine trying to build something and you've only got 5 metres to get around the building, to put your equipment and your scaffolding, and it's all way too close. And if you add climate change into that, it's stupid anyway.
So that, and I understand that, and you're obviously very passionate about the area that we're talking about. I would suggest.
More actually, if you extend that to not doing these things in waterways, like Tyers Stream is a really good urban example. It's really unpleasant to see the tuna dumping out of the water because it's some latest problem has happened.
I think I'm aware that the waterways, both fresh and coastal waterways, are identified by iwi as being significant anyway. I'm not sure if that was mapped the way you suggested it would change the outcome of what you're talking about anyway. But
what I'm suggesting is these are the problems. You ones need to write the rules so these problems go away. Like that wastewater pipe cannot take more wastewater without an upgrade. In my humble opinion, it's a high risk system, and every year more and more infill housing and buildings and wastewater gets put into it, and the wastewater pipe that seeps, it does so when pressure builds up. And like I said, there's no plan to replace this. And I did say to Wellington Water, well, what say you get a major problem? And they said, well, the first thing we'd have to do is build safe walking access to the problem. And I said, well, in the meantime, what's going to happen? And they said, oh, we would try to pump from nodes, but if not, we'd just ask people to try to put less wastewater in.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's been useful.
Nothing from me, Ms. Catehan. Thank you very much once again for your contribution. So learning all the time. I never knew Tyers Stream existed, much less had a dam that size. But as I say, learning something new every day.
Thank you.
Next member is Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Excuse me, sorry. Use my laptop if I may. Thank you. Sorry. Well, good afternoon. My name is David Lee. I was born and brought up in central Wellington, and I've seen many changes to the city, not all of them for the better. Excuse me, I'll just get started here.
Yeah, we'll get someone to come in.
Sorry, there I am. Sorry, if I may, I'm talking about heritage today, district plan, the new proposed district plan.
Yep, you're in the right place.
Good show. Wellington has a woeful record of destroying its inherited building fabric. My French guests, after walking through the CBD, have asked me, is Wellington a new city? When I show them street scenes and books I have, such as Around Wellington by Tram in the 20th century, they say it was like Paris. But sadly no more. Large swathes went under the wrecking ball in the 1980s under Mayor Fowler's encouragement. Dave Armstrong, the popular columnist for the Dominion Post, has rightly described the contemporary CBD as downtown Houston. It's not just whole rows of beautiful heritage houses that have been lost to the capital demolition addiction, but very historic ones as well. A couple of examples spring to mind. I can remember the house of Edward Gibbon Wakefield, the founder of Wellington, looking down Woodward Street with curiosity shop windows. It was bowled over in the 1960s for a bland office high-rise. And then, excuse me, sorry. And then there was Bethune and Hunter Building, Wellington's first custom house that can be seen in Charles Heafy's famous painting, Lambton Harbour. It provided accommodation for those coming ashore from the first settler ships. The forebears of many New Zealand families spent their very first night in New Zealand there. It was demolished in the night, despite, or perhaps because, of Historic Places Trust's attempt to save it, and was done just to build a parking building. I can't find my tab, sorry, beg your pardon. Something wrong with my computer. Oh, there it is, sorry, here it is. It's very hard to see with a white background. Sorry, yeah, here it goes. Right, okay. Yes, my dad took me as a child to the sad scene of its destruction in Bond Street. And there exposed on the site was the original beach of Wellington, still covered in crumpet shells. In the UK, like many first world countries, you can visit the homes of famous writers. The Thorndon house where Catherine Mansfield spent most of her life in New Zealand was demolished for the motorway in the 1970s. At least we are fortunate to still have the house she was born in. Across the road from where I grew up in Hopper Street lived the eminent scholar Professor Beaglehole, who wrote The Life of Captain James Cook. His beautiful former home was replaced by what is now a carpet warehouse. Our family home opposite was demolished in the 1970s, along with dozens more for the council's Arlington social housing complex. Now that in turn has been demolished. Wellington, it seems, has the permanence of a film set. Why would that go down? Sorry. Oh dear. Computer's misbehaving. It's a new computer. I'm not quite used to it. Sorry. Right. Here we go. Oh God. Bloody hell. Sorry.
Too flash. Too flash.
Yeah, it's too sophisticated for me. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I'm sorry. Something's come up on the screen which I've never seen before. Okay, I'll get rid of it here. There we are. Good. There we are. Now, here we go. Sorry. Okay. God. Oh, God. There we are. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. It's frankly quite outrageous that after all this destruction, the proposed district plan will allow a swathe of the last remaining collection of heritage buildings in Wellington to be demolished. I therefore submit that the existing pre-1930 demolition rule, as it applies in the current district plan, should be retained. That rule is hardly onerous. The last time I checked, there were 18 demolition consent applications, and all of which were approved. So why remove it? Rather, it needs strengthening. Brisbane has a much greater population pressure than Wellington would ever have, and yet the demolition rule there covers pre-1940 buildings, and it only allows demolition if the structure poses a danger to inhabitants. Don't let the Aussies beat us on heritage protection. There have been outrageous statements by some councillors, about our heritage houses, and even hateful ones about us owners for wanting them protected. All this whipped up by the media. So there's a great need to emphasise their value to our city. Let's start with some quotes from the council's own design guide, 2009. Something the aforementioned council should read, perhaps. Mount Victoria is highly visible, important visual backdrop to the city, and its distinctive character, it makes a considerable contribution to Wellington's collective identity. I'm going to outline some further benefits that our heritage houses make to the city. Provision of housing. 60% of Mount Victoria is currently rented, and people in their 20s form the largest group living there. A typical situation is a two-storey Edwardian house, divided into a couple of flats with up to maybe young people, perhaps more if there's couples sharing a room. The hope that 4 or 5 storey apartment buildings replacing them will provide affordable properties for young renters and first home buyers is sadly diluted. With the price of land and current building costs, such desirable apartments in real estate speak, will likely be bought by wealthy older people and used for Airbnb. Intensification. Mount Victoria is already one of the most intensely built residentials in Wellington and perhaps in New Zealand. With 75 people per hectare, it is more densely populated than many other parts of Wellington. So Mount Victoria is above average in providing housing for people. Reduction of carbon emissions, another justification cited for intensification. Logic would suggest destroying old wooden buildings made of irreplaceable matai, kauri and rimu, thereby releasing embedded carbon, and then replacing them with new buildings made of steel, concrete and glass, which would generate a whole new level of more carbon emissions. The fact is, when it comes to buildings, old is greener than new. Now, we go again. I should have gone on a training course before I came here, sorry. The drive for more intensification is ignoring the effects of projected increased heavy rainfall also because of climate change. Allowing more existing garden space to be covered in concrete will remove those natural sponges of heavy downpours. We need to learn the lesson from Auckland's intensification, which greatly contributed to the flooding disaster there with Cyclone Boulder. Beauty and positive image internationally is another contribution of Mount Vic's houses. Our 19th century wooden houses on the hills have long been a beautiful defining feature of the city, admired by visitors and international people as well, internationally as well. British historian Malcolm Elliott said is one of the most intriguing aspects for visitors to Wellington, and that it is the most precious asset of the tourist industry. That is why Lonely Planet features it. So too has the French guidebook Guide Voir. In its Nouvelle Zealandian tradition, it has devoted a whole page to Wellington's Victorian and Edwardian houses. There's a photo here of Mount Victoria and the houses there, drawing of them with an explanation of all their parts for visitors to be fascinated by. When Gayleen Preston was showing one of her films at a festival in the United States, the audience applauded spontaneously when street scenes of Mount Victoria were shown. This demonstrates our heritage houses greatly contribute to Wellington's positive image overseas, and by doing so to the countries as well. Population predictions. The national policy statement requiring the district plan was passed before the long-term effects of lockdowns would have on lifestyles, before they were known. Working from homes become in vogue, giving many people the freedom to live elsewhere apart from cities. Informatics economist Brad Olson said in November last year on News Hub, quoting stats from Statistics New Zealand, that big centres such as Auckland and Wellington saw declines in population. The predicted growth of Wellington and the housing need for it is therefore unrealistically inflated and questionable. Almost all additional housing could be built under existing rules. It's a 30-year plan, so why does the development in heritage areas have to happen first? Could it be that those areas are the very ones desirable to developers? The National Policy Statement and Plan refer to livable cities. It is clear that most livable cities in the world are those that have maintained a substantial part of their heritage character in their inner areas. The Pakenham intensification driven by growth panic as currently planned will make our capital a characterless city with sterile sameness of everywhere and nowhere. To lessen that likely effect, the whole residential area of Mount Victoria needs to be listed as a heritage area. Heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Contribution. In your submission, you make a point that character areas should all be renamed heritage areas.
I do.
And you've said that character is subjective, but whereas heritage has legal force. There's been the view's been put to us that one of the reasons why character is important to focus on is because it sort of operates as like an intermediate. So, because to recognise something as a heritage area has consequences, as you say, it has legal force, but it also has restrictions on what landowners can do. And that we've had a number of people who've come talk to us concerned about the extent of those restrictions.
Yes.
And so what's your answer to that, to those people who say?
The council itself called it heritage areas. And there's documentation talking about heritage areas. So, yeah, yes, I'm sure some people are concerned about restrictions, but they don't have to be too extreme. I mean, the details of it, the devil's in the detail, I think, on that matter.
Thank you. Commissioner Litz, have you any questions?
Thank you.
Gentlemen?
Yeah, just one, Mr. Lee. So, who should bear the cost of what could be quite expensive maintenance and repair for pre-1930s buildings when we may put a more restrictive regime around things like getting consent and things like that?
Well,
do you see it as a barrier to those houses staying in the glory that they should be in?
Yeah, well, it's a good question. Getting consent is not expensive, is it? To get it to is it so expensive getting consent?
It can be.
we have the ridiculous situation here of putting a window in a heritage house needs a consent. Pulling it down doesn't need one. That's absurd, don't you think?
So I suppose for me, one of the we've heard from a number of submitters who say that the need to go through consent to maintain these particularly older buildings can be quite inhibitive. So my question is, yes, you're right, but is that a valid concern? And if it is, how do we overcome it?
Obvious for some people, but the point is people buy houses in Mount View because of the heritage houses, really. They like living there, you know, those type. Yes, it's expensive to maintain them, but when I bought my house in the 1980s, it was one of the first 3 houses to be built in Elizabeth Street in 1875. But fortunately, and it was not, as you imagine, not in a very good condition. I think it was condemned in the 1930s. But fortunately, the government and Wellington City Council had the CHIP scheme going, Community Housing Improvement Program, to help people fix up their houses. It's ironic now those same organisations want them pulled down. Yeah, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Contributing to our
thank you very much.
Our understanding of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Last submission from Mr. Levett. 34 Willis Street.
I was really wondering how it went.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. First things first, would you care to introduce yourselves?
Yes, well, we're here on behalf of Mark Levett's estate. I'm Mark's widow, Susan Levett, and this is Henry, his son.
Sorry, your name, sorry?
Henry.
Henry.
Mark made a submission opposing the scheduling of 134 Willis Street as historic heritage on the proposed district plan. as the fog of the shock of Mark's death on the 30th of September last year rises, we've had a chance to rebut the council's historic heritage evaluation report. We did read on the notes to how these hearings run, that if we were going to speak verbally, or if we were going to speak, that it's sometimes helpful to give what we're going to say to you, so you don't have to spend your time writing.
Same as writing it down.
Yep. So we've done that.
They're just notes, really.
Hey, notes are good. Thank you very much.
So Henry's going to introduce.
So within our rebuttal, we would like to raise concerns with the historic heritage evaluation report, which determines whether the building at 134 Willis Street meets the threshold for scheduling the district plan. So within our presentation, we go through each identified heritage value and argue why these should not be considered significant. As the owners of this building for the past 30 years, we have shared in our previous submission to the council a detailed account of the many modifications that have been made to the building. Given the extent of these modifications, we cannot see how the remaining integrity of the identified values meets the threshold for scheduling.
The value architectural, the Wellington City Council argues this building retains many architectural features of the mid-Victorian commercial Italianate style. Do you mind just putting the picture up? They've got the words in front of them. There we go. So looking at that there, it's quite hard to determine what those features may be. And typically under a description of the mid-Victorian commercial Italianate style, you would see decorative masonry, arches, balustrades, towers, gabled roofs, round angles, symmetry, shapely windows, stained glass, decorative woodwork. We confirm that only the only architectural features that remain are those 5 sets of bracketed eaves and about 10 rusticated weatherboards. In our detailed submission, previously we noted the alterations carried out in our ownership and noted that that sash window on the upper level and the rusticated weatherboards are probably unlikely to be original as well. Under technological, the council argues this building has significant technological value. The only evidence to support what has been deemed as significant value is the early use of the rusticated weatherboards in the 1860s. And we note that the evaluation report does not provide a comparative analysis to support this. In terms of integrity, this council argues the building has some heritage value for the integrity of surviving early or original built fabric. Our submission details the extent of repairs and alterations carried out on this building over the past 30 years, plus also a lot prior to that. 1994, there was the re-strengthening of the rear wall. Do you want to flip to the photos at the back of the building? This required significant amount of replacement of weatherboards. In 1990, there was the removal of the south end corner when the Whitaker building was built. In 2000, the northern stairs at the front of the building were relocated and the removal of the exterior stairs whilst the back was reclad, as you see it there today. 2001, internal alterations to shop space, which had happened many times in the past with different users, retailers and shopkeepers, including removal of 2 street frontage sash windows and installing 2 larger windows. From this detailed account, we argue that there is very little surviving original built heritage fabric remaining. The evaluation report also states the building has been substantially altered. We're also confused that despite these intrusive modifications, the evaluation report does not include any non-heritage fabric exclusions in this proposed scheduling. We consider there significant areas and features of this building that detract from those identified heritage values. Age before beauty. Wellington City Council argues it's one of the oldest timber buildings in the Wellington CBD. We concur and like to note it's the 4th oldest timber building after St Paul's, the Thistle Inn and Dr. Boer's residence. These 3 older timber buildings are recognised as Category 1 historic places of the Heritage New Zealand's list and are places of outstanding heritage value. Our building is currently recognised as a less significant Category 2 in the historic places list number 7,200. Recognition. The Wellington City Council argues the building is recognised as a Category 2 and is held in high public esteem. The evaluation report does not provide any evidence to support this high public esteem, so we do not understand what this value is actually based on. We also note that Heritage New Zealand records for Character 2 listed historic places do not always provide a robust analysis of a place's heritage values. And that's likely to be due to the listings occurring in the 1970s and 80s. Rarity. The Wellington City Council argues the building is a rare survivor of the 1860s. It is one of the oldest non-residential buildings in the CBD. The evaluation report does not widen its analysis of age and rarity in terms of buildings constructed out of masonry or other building materials, or of the purposes other than commercial. This is actually a mixed-use building and has always been, and it's typical of that era to have mixed uses, not really necessarily deemed commercial. This comparison to other old timber buildings is also restricted to the Wellington CBD and not the wider suburbs, particularly Te Aro and Thorndon and the lower reaches of Mount Victoria, where you'll see many more examples of these types of buildings, like walking around. You've got Marjorie Bank Street, similar. The corridor near Caro Drive, Cuba Street, Wiggins Street, Pipitier Street and Thorndon. Really, I think the Wellington Centre needs to include those locations as well, not just the straight CBD. And in fact, the building addresses Te Aro, if you want to be pedantic about addresses. So if one is narrow in how we classify built heritage, it becomes an easy exercise to claim the rarity of an old timber commercial building. And there is this Wellington architecture book with 120 buildings in it, and that covers the same sort of area that I'm talking about, which is typically known as Wellington City, from Thorndon around to Te Aro and onto those lower reaches of Mount Vic. Do you want to do the photo comparison?
Yeah. Okay. So we still haven't fully figured out this part, but we would like to see some evidence from Wellington City Council that the historical research and the evaluation report definitely actually relates to our building at 134 Willis Street, and it's not in fact its previous neighbour at 138 Willis Street. because in this historic photo from 1924, it shows a building with the same sort of tenants described as living at 134 Willis Street. However, this is in fact not what our building is. Our one's the one on the right of it. You can tell that from the edge there in top right, and that's not our building in the middle. So we'd like to, and that's because the neighbouring building to the right, which is ours, shows a cornice and a set of eaves brackets, which match the building today at 134 Willis Street. But then the different tenants in there, like the fish and chip shop and the boarding house up, the fishmonger, sorry, up downstairs, and the boarding house upstairs is what is included in the Wellington City Council report as our building on the right. So we'd just like a bit of clarification around that too, please.
Oh, and also that one there, you'll see in 1924, it showed that it did have more features of your mid-Victorian architectural style, and that you've got the pseudo masonry on the first floor and also the column on the ground floor, but they're well gone from today's building.
Because that's not what our building is.
Yeah.
So to conclude, we understand that the threshold for the inclusion of this into the district plan schedule is that the place or the building has significant historic heritage values under one or more of the evaluation criteria. But as the owners of this building for the past 30 years, we have witnessed considerable alterations to this building. And simply, we cannot see how the remaining integrity of the identified values can meet the threshold as being significant. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, you have owned this building for 30 years. Do I understand that right?
Yes, 1992, I think it is.
In all these years and with the changes that have been happening over the years, have you come across of any historic floor plans?
No, we haven't. No.
There's nothing in the council files nor anywhere else.
Not that we've found. And Mark was was typically a good researcher.
So you could easily document the changes that have happened over the last 30 years.
That was in the report that in his first submission. He's got all the building permits and consents, etc. Yeah. But a lot of the changes were probably before that even. But the interior of the shop, if you don't mind just showing that again, Henry, the interior now is really just a basic shell. And like it's got about 5 different levels of ceiling, etc., and all different materials. And those back windows.
Yeah.
I remember when it was a florist, when it was Harcourt's Rentals, which I think was in the early 2000s, late 1990s. I think those original windows in the front were there and were changed on the next tenancy to what's there now.
Now, when I looked through your presentation, some of the interior flooring is actually wooden, whereas other parts are concrete.
Yeah.
Are these wooden parts original parts? Do you know?
Like the floorings, the
Just
wooden
where the dog
flooring.
is there. There is some wooden flooring there. I'm not sure if it is original, but it could be.
Good. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Sorry, I should know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Is the building listed in the operative district plan, or is it just a proposed addition to the proposed district plan?
As a proposed addition.
Yes, okay, thank you. And so the alterations that have been undertaken were able to be undertaken without consent up until this point?
No, they often had consent. There was consent to demolish the building in 1999. But we chose not to, just to hold off because we did the one next door, which funnily enough now people ask us us if that is the heritage building, is a heritage building actually, but it was built in 1999.
Thank you for that.
Well, just one final question. Are you mother and son?
Yes.
I just want to say, I think you're a fabulous son to come along here and support your mum on this particular kaupapa, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing to see.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Yes.
He's a good son. He's a very good son.
Well, I think that's it from us. We understand where you're coming from. We've got a lot to think about, but we'll factor your contribution into our kairau as we work through all of these issues.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn the hearing and return 9 AM tomorrow morning. Thanks.